Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man, the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the Knicks morning. Well, never mind. And maybe it's not the morning drive. Maybe it's not the Knicks morning drive. Maybe it's gonna be a dope ass afternoon live stream where we just come in and kick it and hang out. Right? Maybe it's just a dope live stream where we just gonna come in here and hang out for a little while, talk this Knicks talk the way that we like Knicks talk to be talked. Right? I see Lily Phillips is in the building, right? Almighty Finesse is in the building. Andrew College, what's good? Rodney Hale, what's good? What's good? Jay Busby, what's good? And I got somebody backstage. Let me see if I can cue something up here. Let me see. I think I might have somebody backstage. Let's see who we got back here. Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? Look who we got here joining us this afternoon for the Blowing Tears New York Knicks live stream. It is the co-host of the Poppin' YouTube morning show, Vibes and Stuff Live in the Mornings. It's Chuck Allen. What's good, Chuck?
Yeah. Salute to all the Knicks fam out there. Blowing Tears family, good afternoon. How you feeling
What's
this
good?
afternoon?
Man, I'm energized a little bit.
Okay.
Energized a little bit, man. I'm excited. Man, I overslept my mark when it came to the Knicks morning drive, man. Fans, y'all, I apologize for that. But here I am, RAW. Bim.
Bim.
Let's get it. Let's get that energy up in the chat. What's good, party people? Let's talk some Knicks, man. Let's talk some Knicks, right? I'm gonna put this microphone in this stand over here. And because what I want to do is address rumors in Knicks universe. Hold on for just a second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Let's address some Knicks rumors, right? There are so many rumors. It's like Club Nouveau out here, right? It's like Club Nouveau for those that are old enough to remember rumors, right? How we start these rumors and party people. Yeah, man. Yo, Subliminal 209 is in the building. Payback Carter's in the building. Forbes Fields is in the building. Almighty Finesse is in the building. What's good? Let's start with Almighty Finesse. Almighty Finesse says, if we don't get Jaden Ivey, I am done. Rome Far Rock is in the building. Far Rockaway in the building. What's good?
Salute from Rome from Far Rock. Almighty Finesse. Here's the thing, man. I don't think we're the only person that's interested in this kid.
Definitely.
So if if you're saying you're willing to give up whatever to get him, which is probably what it's going to take to outbid some people, we're going to have to go. Pardon the expression, but balls deep.
Yes.
Then you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay the piper. Um, so if you're willing to pay to get him, then of course, but understand when you pay a price for a guy like that, you're gonna have to give him. You're gonna have to give him some leeway because he might not jump off the screen game one first tip. You know, it might take a couple games or it might take a year for him because you got to figure out that the NBA. From some of the stuff that I've heard, he's still pretty raw. Am I mistaken in that?
A little bit,
Okay,
a little bit, a little bit, right? Look, just a little bit. I would liken it to this. Think about it like this. In the 2003 NBA draft, you already knew who the top two best players were.
right,
Right? LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony.
right,
Right? You knew Chris Bosh was a top 5 talent. Right? You knew
right,
that. Right? You knew that. Right? But everybody was trying to figure out what this kid Dwayne Wade was going to be. Right?
right.
They were like, he's too little, he's too short to play shooting guard in the NBA, but he's not a point guard.
Right.
A 6'4" superior athlete. Right? And I'm directing this directly at Paris Duggar. Paris Duggar, in the 2003 NBA draft, you knew who the number 1 pick was. That was a runaway.
Without
Right?
question.
Right? The question in everybody's mind is, who are the Pistons going to take at 2?
Mm-hmm.
Right? who are they going to take at 2? Right?
Well, they
They
kind of
wind
had
up
their mind made up because they were saying like, "Yo, you can't pass on 7 feet. You can't teach 7 feet."
right. They needed the big of the future,
Right.
and they were right, because Darko at that time is a big of this time.
Yes,
Right.
I agree with you.
The reason why he busted is not because his talent wasn't there. It was because the world wasn't ready for his talent yet. They wanted him to bang with Ben Wallace, and he wanted to pass and shoot and dribble. So sometimes the place you go, like for instance, if Darko was drafted by the Dallas Mavericks instead of the Detroit Pistons, you see a different Darko. But I digress, right? Because when that means if Detroit takes Darko, that means Denver takes Carmelo. And then that means Toronto takes Chris Bosh. Right? But at 5, what do you do with this undersized athlete at guard that is too short to be a shooting guard, and he doesn't have or doesn't display, never displayed point guard skills? This is for you, Paris Duggan. Right? What do you do with this kid, Dwayne Wade, out of Marquette? Do you pass on him because he doesn't fit the prototype shooting guard mold? He's not tall like Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler, Reggie Miller, Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, Kobe Bryant, right? But at 6'4", he doesn't pass like John Stockton, right?
Right.
So what do you do with him? If you're Miami, you draft him and put pieces around him. Because at the time Miami drafted Dwayne Wade, pardon the expression that you heard a million times in Knicks universe, Miami had a nice young core.
Yep.
Right? Should I put the 2002 Miami Heat roster on the screen, y'all?
Remind
Do I
them.
have to pull that? Do I have to pull that up? I think I will. I think I will, because what happens is we let non-basketball minds dictate basketball moves,
Right.
and all that does is put you in a situation where you're always searching for something. Right? Okay, the 2002 Miami Heat, the 2002 Miami Heat had Vladimir Stepania, Sean Marks.
Oh yeah.
They had a shooting guard named Eddie Jones.
True.
Right? Yep. They had a center. They had a center named Jericho Sims. I'm sorry. They had a center named Brian Grant. They play exactly the same. Brian Grant, Jericho Sims, they're exactly the same person. Rest in peace, Brian Grant. Right? Miami had LaFonso Ellis, Rasul Butler. Tell me if you recognize this name, Caron Butler.
Yeah.
Right? Travis Best, Malik Allen, and that Miami Heat team. That Miami Heat team would go on to acquire the names people like Lamar Odom.
Yep.
Names like that.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Because I saw in the I saw like a response to what you were saying in the chat, I guess. But are you comparing Jaden Ivey to D Wade?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
And am I comparing the New York Knicks at that? I mean, right now to the Miami Heat at that time? Yes. And here is why. Here's why, Chuck.
Okay.
When you build a building, right? When you build a building, right? You don't take a building out of the sky and just drop it on the ground and then walk in it and live or work, right? You start out with a plan.
Right.
Right? Like most people's plan, like the first thing you think about, right, is where I'm going to build it. Right? Not how high and all that stuff. Not how high and how many floors. Where can I put this building at? Then you start out, then you come to like this thing of what does this building look like? Blueprints, basically, whether it's on paper or in your mind. Right? And then you say, well, if I want to do that, how much are these supplies going to cost? Are they accessible? Right?
Right.
And then after you think about all that stuff, you go ahead and start to build. You pay for the stuff. You pay the piper for the building materials that you need in order to achieve your dream. Right?
Right.
That's where the Knicks are right now.
Okay.
The 2002 Miami Heat. Right? Right? Now, the Knicks can get cute and say, we don't want to be the 2002 Miami Heat. We want to be the 2006 Miami Heat. And you know what's going to happen? You know what happens when people skip steps, right?
They have to start.
Hey, Don P, what's good?
They have to start all over.
Start all over, because the big bad wolf will huff and puff and blow your house down. Right?
Absolutely.
What I'm saying is if you're a Knicks fan right now, You want the Knicks to get Jaden Ivey regardless of the cost. Because as a Knicks fan, you've never, ever saw the Knicks trade up significantly in the first round of a NBA draft. You've never saw the Knicks move up in the first round organically, like have the 7th worst record and move up to number 1. You've never seen it happen. You know why? Because it's never happened. Right? So if you're a Knicks fan, you're not complaining about a 2024 first round pick, or you're not complaining that somebody may ask you for Emmanuel Quickly or Quentin Grimes or both. You ain't tripping about that, because at the end of the day, you've never had a Dwayne Wade. When have the Knicks had a Dwayne Wade? And Chuck, here is the more important question. When have you seen our Knicks have 2 guys drafted by the Knicks that are top 4 NBA talents drafted by the Knicks play on the court at the same time? Never.
I want to say, because you said top 5 talent. I was going to say
drafted by the Knicks. Drafted by the Knicks.
I was going to say the year they drafted Mark Jackson one year and then got Rod Strickland the next year.
Mark Jackson was in the 20s. Mark Jackson was a late first round pick for a reason. Right. And I'm not disparaging Mark Jackson, but he was a late first round pick for a reason. It had something to do with conditioning and all of that stuff. Now, what I'm telling Chuck Allen and Don P is you have the opportunity through all this tanking and bad seasons and all that mess that we were like Keystone Cops. You remember the season that Emmanuel Mudiay started at point guard for us, and we had the worst record in the league?
Right.
And instead of picking 1, we wound up picking 3rd.
Right.
Now I know you guys are gonna say, well, we got RJ Barrett out of that. What if we got John Morant out of that?
Different conversation.
Different. What if we got Zion out of that? Right. What I'm saying is what you pay now matters in the short term, but it really doesn't matter in the long term. Right? Because think about this, Chuck. You know how when you buy a house and your agent is like, well, so when can you send us the $22,000 deposit? And you're like, God, $22,000? But you don't say that when your lawyer put the keys in your hand and you walk into your house. Do you miss that $22,000 after the lawyer put the keys in? You know how the lawyer come in and put the keys on the table, and your eyes get locked in on those keys. You're like, I can't believe our dream is coming true. Right?
Yeah, I'm rocking with you. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You feel like, yo, this is the moment has finally arrived.
Right. Or Chuck, you remember how you made a purchase online? Say you bought a beat machine, right? Say you bought a beat machine, and you getting it delivered overnight, right? Well, it's the one you've been looking for the whole time. You can't believe you caught it at the price you caught it at, but the timing may have been wrong. But you're like, man, this is now or never though, because I don't know if I'll ever catch the beat machine at this price ever again, right? and then all night you can't wait. And then finally your dog start barking the next day. Like, what's wrong with the dog? And then you wind up, then you go look, and the thing that you purchased is outside your door. Right? So you're like, man, and I can't believe it's here. Finally, I spent some money that I was planning to keep, but I got the thing that I really wanted. Ashley Inc. Salute.
If it's something that you've always wanted, there's no price to it, man. Like if it's something
Right.
you really want, um, I've spent money on old schools. To other people, they're like, man, why would you spend that kind of money? Because this is the car that I want with the miles that's on it,
Right.
that the color that I wanted, with the interior that I wanted, all original. Yes, this
Right.
makes sense to me. But to some, it'd be like, man, you could have gotten not what I wanted. That's what would
Not
have
what you
happened.
wanted. Right.
Right,
And the timing's got to be right. The timing's got to be right.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, um, things have got like this. I'm looking for a 1970 Ford F100. Right. That's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I save money and then I pinch off of it, and I'll save money and I'll pinch off of it, and I'll save money and I'll pinch off of it. And eventually when I see one, the timing might not be right. I might not have all the money, so I might have to pinch off something else to add to that money so that I can get this truck that's available, the one that I've always wanted. Right? Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it is with money, man. Everybody in here ain't rich. Don't act like Uncle Freezy broke. Oh my God. We all go through our financial, you know what I'm saying? Shit, I mean, just went through that today. I just went through that. That's why I was looking at my phone. My checking account taking a beating right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It happens. Worldwide L salute. Chef. What's good, Chef? Chef, what's good?
Let me ask you this. I know that you're saying, okay, I, Ivy is that guy that you put all the chips on, to go get if you're the Knicks, right? It in next year's draft, are there Jaden Ivies there? Are there Dwayne Wade esque type players going to be in that draft?
Um, Maybe not the Dwayne Wade type player, but the great player, yeah, will be there.
So, um, so would it be the ultimate plan to be able to get Ivy this year and one of those guys next year?
Yeah, but Chuck, you got to remember who's doing the picking. It's like when you go to the barbershop, right? Haircuts are haircuts, right? No,
Nah.
no. Haircut is not a haircut. Just because the barbershop is open, don't mean you just go in there and tell anybody to cut your hair. You feel me?
Yes, sir. No,
Like,
I get you.
legit, legit, bruh. Just because you need a haircut don't mean you're going to go into the Walmart barbershop and get a haircut.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, and I know people be like, "Yo, what's that? How does that make sense? A haircut's a haircut, right?" No, no, no. Who is doing the picking, right? No, you don't know. You don't want uh uh circumstances to dictate you getting a certain player, right? Like we missed out on Steph Curry by one pick. You know why? Because we went to the Walmart barbershop. We needed a haircut. We'll just wait here at 8 for a point guard to fall down the board to us. Okay. How did that work out? And I keep bringing up 1996 because it's the classic example of smart people thinking they're the smartest people in the room. Right? It's the classic example of, hey, Anthony D, the link is in the chat already. We just put or I'll throw it back in there. I'll put the link back in there, but I don't want to spam the chat with the link though, for safety reasons. Y'all know how that is, because trolls see stuff like that, and then next thing you know,
right?
You know.
But so what you say, Don P?
Yeah, I was practicing my chat etiquette.
Yeah. No doubt.
So first off, I want to say what's good to you, Uncle Freezy. What's up, Chuck? What's up to the whole panel, rather? And shout outs to the chat. Judging from the chat, obviously y'all know I disagree about putting all your chips in for Jaden Ivey, and right. I'm not one. I'm always one for putting on your chips into something that's worth it. And I mentioned the 2010 draft in which John Wall was in it. Now, if John Wall in his rookie year was in this draft, yeah, I would have been like, put all your chips into that. That's somebody I feel like you can build with, because he has the same athleticism as Jaden Ivey. He's just as strong as Jaden Ivey. He's faster than Jaden Ivey, but the most important thing about John Wall was he had that court vision. He was able to play make from the word go. Dwayne Wade, I can see why you would compare Jaden Ivey to him, but let me ask y'all this: is Victor Oladipo comparable to Dwayne Wade? Both about the same height, same weight, both of them athletic. Are they comparable?
Nah.
Why not?
Because I feel like Dwayne Wade's skill set was superior and his basketball IQ was superior.
Now you said something that was key. IQ, is that something you develop as the game goes by, or either you have it or you don't?
I think IQ can be developed.
Yeah, it definitely can be developed.
It can be developed. So who's a player that developed IQ in the NBA that had a low IQ? If y'all can remember.
I think a basketball IQ is one of those things that you learn through experience and film study. The basketball IQ is honestly, in my opinion, the easiest to attain through hard work.
I get it. So let me point to Russell Westbrook, because I'm just giving Jaden Ivey comparison that he's compared to Russell Westbrook.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you would not want a day one Russell Westbrook?
No. And let me tell you why. And I like Russell Westbrook. I'm a fan of his. He reminds me of Latrell Sprewell as far as his attitude and approach to the game. As far as that go getting mentality. I love Russell Westbrook. But Russell Westbrook, in my humble opinion, he's not a winning basketball player. I don't like KD. I'm not a KD fan at all. But I can understand why KD left OKC. Now I don't agree with the Warriors, but I understand why because had Russell Westbrook been a true point guard, I think OKC would have won it. I think they would have won it.
AD, I'm gonna mute you for a second. Hey, go ahead, bro.
I think had Russell Westbrook been a true point guard, I think OKC would have won it, chip. But he's not. You could tell me he averages 10 assists all day long, but to me, he's still not a point guard. I'm not fooled by that. His IQ has never. Russell Westbrook is not a thinker. He's more of an instincts type of player. That's cool. But in order for you to settle somebody like Russell Westbrook, you need somebody with good IQ to get him in easier positions to work. On KD, when he was playing, while Russell Westbrook was a point guard, KD had to run ISOs for everything he did. He had to work hard for everything he did. When he was with the Warriors, he didn't have to do that. And I would say that the Warriors and OKC had comparable teams in terms of talent. So what's the difference? Why did KD have to work less in the Warriors to win the title, and he had to work infinitely harder when he was in OKC to win the title or to get to the finals?
Hey, good afternoon. How y'all men doing this day right here? Guess what, man? We gotta wake up, and when we wake up tomorrow, we're gonna be bringing somebody within this organization. We're gonna be bringing somebody else, for us to be talking about on these podcasts, man. I'm amped up. I'm ready for that. But I'm gonna get to your situation. What you talking about, my guy?
AD. Hold on, J-Book. AD, you got background noise, man. You got headphones?
Yeah, you might have to come out and come back in, bro.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, J-Book.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, my guy. That first of all, that's different type offensive styles. You know what I'm saying? That coach ran the same offensive style with John Wall and them over there in Washington. Everywhere he go, that's all he run is isolation. You know what I'm saying? That's their style, what he did. Now, when you go from there to a system, you know what I'm saying? That's different from, you know what I'm saying, what OKC was running than what Golden State run. They run a complete different type offense, you know. You can't compare the two. Them guys was just playing one-on-one basketball, you know what I'm saying, up under that guy's coaching style. But me personally, I think the Kevin Durant didn't want to play with Russell Westbrook. That was overrated. I think that was more or less, you know what I'm saying, a popular excuse for them to put out there into the world because KD was really trying to hide the situation, what he really wanted to do. That's really was to go to Golden State. So they try to use that as an excuse. I can't play with him no more. You know, I did as much as I can. We can't do it together. Man, that was a bunch of nonsense, man. You know what I'm saying? All you had to do was be patient and continue and let that thing develop and grow, man. But he conked out on that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel. But I mean, I caught the tail end of what y'all talking about. With the Jaden Ivey and the Russell Westbrook, man. I need that machine inside this building.
Yep. Hey, J-Book, I didn't compare him to that. I compared him to this. I compared.
I don't understand the comparisons. It's almost like Westbrook is like trash coming out. Jaden Ivey, for Jaden Ivey to be compared with Russell Westbrook is an honor.
Right.
Russell Westbrook was walking into the Hall of Fame first ballot.
Moonwalking. With
honor.
church shoes on.
With church shoes on. And roller skates under it. If we get the next Russell Westbrook in this building, Lord have mercy.
At 20 years old?
At 20 years old, Lord have mercy.
Here's my thing. Russell Westbrook has been on squads where it was worlds way better than anything the Knicks organization put up, worlds better than anything the Wizards had put up. Why haven't he won with KD and James Harden? Double Steph Fellowship. Why haven't he won with Enes Kanter and Steven Adams?
Because what Westbrook does best works to his detriment. He only goes at one speed. He doesn't slow the game down at all. He can't work half court. He's just one speed all the time.
And just real quick, I'm gonna show OKC some love. I'm gonna shoot them some bail. The reason why they didn't win a championship is because when they were young, they were getting shredded by the ending of the San Antonio Spurs dynasty, right? And the very beginning of the Golden State Warriors dynasty, right? That's like saying, why didn't the Knicks or Indiana Pacers win championships in the 90s? Well, because the Knicks were getting shredded by the Bad Boy Pistons dynasty at the beginning of the 90s and losing to the beginning of the Chicago Bulls dynasty, right? Let's not act like the Knicks were not a great team. The Knicks were a great team during that era. But you're talking about the Bad Boy Pistons, and Jay Boogie, you old enough to remember how the Pistons used to bully us until we just decided to play bully ball. And the Knicks were one of the teams that helped usher out the bad boy era. Mm-hmm. But by focusing solely on Detroit, we didn't keep our eyes on Chicago. Right? And so we blindsided. We helped blindside one dynasty and get blindsided by another. So OKC, that just because you have an accumulation of talent doesn't necessarily. Your timing has to be right. Some of these championships, you have to be lucky. The Bulls, the Chicago Bulls, didn't sleepwalk into or didn't plan on being the champs. They've been doing that for years. But if you notice, the Chicago Bulls only have championships with Michael Jordan, right? They're not a grand architect.
And let's be honest, you gave Scott Brooks the keys to a Ferrari.
Right.
Who does that?
Right. Former Knicks point guard Scott Brooks, by the way.
Former Knicks point guard. Who does that? The last time I saw anything like that was when I saw the movie Eddie with Whoopi coaching the Knicks. That's what he reminded me of out there. He's like 5'2". The camera got to get down inside of the huddle. Who gives him the keys to a Ferrari like that?
Right.
I just want to say that I don't think Jaden Ivey is a scrub. Let's not get it twisted. I think he's gonna be a star in this league. I do. However, I don't think that he's worth giving up all our chips for. I don't think that he doesn't particularly have enough of that it factor for us.
You
to
mean
give
at 20 years old? At 20 years old, he don't have enough.
He does. I mean, it's one in the middle, 6'4". All right. So remember how we was talking about Justice Winslow?
Wait. Let's just do it one at a time. Let's just do it one at a time.
Okay.
You said so. He's not worth the chips. Now, what are John P? What are our chips worth? Like, name the chips, the pieces.
All of our first round picks.
Right. What are they worth? What are they worth right now?
They could. I don't know.
They coulda, woulda, shouldas.
They could, but they not even coulda, woulda, shouldas because it's not even past tense. We're talking about future first round picks.
Right.
Yeah, but with the Knicks, they are past tense because they don't matter. That's my point. They don't matter.
You said the first
round. They really don't matter. No, they don't matter. You can't be looking at. In this organization, as bad as this organization has been, you want to look down to 23, 24, 25. You thinking about guys that are in junior high school right now? It don't matter. I gotta jump off,
y'all. Blessings.
All right, sir. All right. J Buggy.
I want to say this. We went through some drafts, and I'm gonna look it up in a second. But we went through some drafts where we didn't even participate in it. Y'all do know that, right? Because we traded some draft picks away.
Right. What draft was that?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. I know
when's the last time we haven't participated in a draft? You want to call out the burgers that we've had over the last 10, 12 years?
All right.
You want to go back to Ronaldo Balkman?
All right. So let me put it like this. In the 2015 draft, right? I think, and I'm gonna say this again, Justice Winslow, because that's who we was fangasm over in the past. Was we not? Did we not have the same conversation about Justice Winslow?
It depends. I think we were split because a lot of people wanted Emmanuel Mudiay too.
Yeah, I was one of those people that wanted Emmanuel Mudiay. I still got faith in the kid. Justice Winslow, and I think, was it Josh Jackson or was he in the draft before that?
No, he was in the draft 2 years later.
He was in the draft 2 years later. So I'm naming dudes that have literally the same skill set as Jaden Ivey. I'm trying to ask the people right now, what is so special about Jaden Ivey that these kids in college? We're just comparing them in college. I'm not talking about
ferocious on the court.
Justice
his style of play is ferocious.
Justice Winslow wasn't in Duke?
No. Justice Winslow, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, Justice Winslow was not.
No.
He
nor Jahlil Okafor.
Nor Jahlil Okafor.
They were not.
Okafor, but I would say Justice Winslow. So Josh Jackson, he wasn't either?
No.
Okay.
No, because those guys didn't have a discernible skill. And those dudes didn't have a discernible skill to hang their hat on going forward.
What was Jaden Ivey's discernible skill?
Jaden Ivey's discernible skill is getting to the basket and finishing at an elite level.
In college.
Okay. In college. And at the same rate, and in comparison, to Jaden Ivey finishing at the basket at an elite level, the New York Knicks backcourt finished terribly at the basket.
Okay.
So as soon as you add Jaden Ivey, automatically you improved the deficiency on your team. Paris Doug, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Doug says all of our ham sandwiches for a bologna sandwich. Yo,
no.
Ethan is in the building. What's good, Ethan? Hey, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I would say that I could be wrong about Jaden Ivey. Yeah, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe he will develop into a superb defensive player from the word go, like Dwayne Wade. Maybe he would develop his IQ. Maybe he would develop some court vision. I mean, it's a lot of maybes in that. These are all skills that he just doesn't have right now. And I'm not easily impressed by him because, again, I'm picked John Wall in there. John Wall has the same athleticism as this dude going out of college, but he had the court vision. Same as John Morant. Same athleticism, court vision. And we're talking about plugging him at our point guard? That's the same thing they said about Zach LaVine. Look what he had now.
But Zach LaVine over the last several years is a 20+ scorer in this league.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta stop. You gotta understand something, fam. Like, we just watched the Golden State Warriors win another championship with no true point guard.
No, listen.
We gotta stop this, because the letters say PG means he's a point guard and whatever. We're talking about getting the best player, getting something that you don't have.
All right. And I'm gonna put a stop to this argument about positionless basketball because we cannot compare ourselves to teams that have the type of talent Golden State has. We don't have anybody on our team that plays another position that can give anybody assists. The only closest person we have to that is maybe RJ Barrett. And he only showed flashes of that. We can't play positionless basketball if everybody on the team doesn't have high IQ like that. But
Don P, you got to start somewhere though.
You got to go get them, and that's what we're doing. We're going to go get them. You talking about Jaden Ivey like all he do is run up and down the court.
Yeah, they didn't get Steph, Clay, Harrison Barnes, and Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala all in 1 year.
No,
they got them. They got them gradually. They worked towards, building something, and that's what we're looking to do with a Jaden Ivey acquisition, right? Because the thing is if you don't go up and get Jaden Ivey, right? Say you go get another ham sandwich at 11. Say at 11 you get Dyson Daniels. Say you get Dyson Daniels at 11, right? And then say at 42 you get Christian Coloco, right? All right. So you got two more young guys that are in the same mode as Quentin Grimes, Miles McBride, Jericho Sims, right? So now not only can't trade that for a guy because nobody's going to give you anything for Dyson Daniels and Quentin Grimes, right? And Christian Coloco and Jericho Sims are not going to be dynamic at the center position, right? It's just not going. That's just not what it is. Right. So that means next year, next June 22nd, you and I will be having the same conversation. Like, I'm like, hey, man, we got to go get Scoot Henderson. And you're like, well, why do we have to trade Dyson Daniels for Scoot Henderson? You know what I'm saying? It's like the repetitive ongoing conversation of not wanting to trade up and take a chance versus changing the dynamic of your franchise forever with one move.
I see what you're saying. I look at squads that barely ever made the lottery until recently, like the Spurs, and I wonder why did all the teams pass up on Kawhi Leonard? Why did a lot of teams pass up on players like Jimmy Butler? Why did we pass up on him?
Because every franchise is not smart.
That's all I
And
need.
every franchise doesn't have infrastructure. Some franchises think just like this Knicks franchise. I don't want to take a chance on a 6'7" power forward that think he can dribble. Well, guess what? That 6'7" power forward in college that thought he can dribble was a NBA Finals MVP at small forward, right? Kawhi Leonard, right?
Right.
The Spurs took a chance, right? The Spurs took a chance. They traded their starting point guard for
No,
Kawhi Leonard.
he was a bench. Tony Parker was the starter. You talking about George Hill, right?
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah. They traded George Hill.
George Hill was his favorite player, so you got a point.
They traded George Hill for Kawhi Leonard.
What?
Right? Why would the Indiana Pacers take a 6'8" dude that want to play point guard in college? You know what I'm saying? And think he can come into a ready-made playoff team and contribute. Well, that dude wound up being Paul George. But
Right.
the Knicks, however, say we don't want to do that. We don't want to take chances. We want more Quentin Grimes. The safe play. Let's be safe. Let's get used to being mediocre. And then maybe one day, Disney will come make a Mighty Ducks movie about us. Maybe one day everything will go our way and we might make a run at the playoffs. But this ain't Disney, bro. This is real life. These dudes are grown. Paris Zucker says, I need to see Ivy signature play. Anybody, thank you, Paris Zucker, for the generous contribution. Hey, Murphy says, it's called development and nobody saw it in those players. Right. And that's what I'm saying. The thing about elite. All right. Let me do this thing for Evergreen. I think Evergreen girl come in here. Evergreen want to spit them facts that need to be spit. What's good, Evergreen G? But what I'm getting at is by staying pat, all we are looking to do is continue the status quo of mediocrity. That's it. Because if we're thinking Quentin Grimes is going to turn into Kobe Bryant, we're mistaken. And I'm only using Quentin Grimes because he's last year's first round pick. If RJ Barrett was last year's first round pick, I'd be using RJ Barrett's name for the example.
See, I promise you guys, I'm not trying to be combative. I would say this. I beg to differ with that statement. I think that during the playoffs, we all address what the Knicks need, and the front office tried to address it, and they addressed it wrong. They gave us the wrong players, and Kemba Walker, and they gave us the wrong player in Evan Fournier. We already had Reggie Bullock. We already had a squad that hung its hat on defense. I think it was the Knicks trying to make that go for the win now mentality, and it kind of stunned us a little bit. Do you not agree with that?
Let's trade 11 for Reggie Bullock then. Let's take the 11th pick and trade it to Dallas for Reggie Bullock.
Hold on. You thought those players were going for it players? You thought Kemba Walker and Fournier, that the Knicks thought that these were going for it type players? And that's what they thought was going. And that's what they thought was going for type players. Then we more in trouble than I thought.
The conversation was Randall needed more help when it comes to scoring. Everybody knows what Kemba Walker is capable of. I don't think of him as a true point guard. I think of him as somebody who could get you a bucket. Now, granted, they took a risk on him, and I didn't agree with Kemba Walker being on there. But he's somebody who could get you a bucket. Let's not act like we got selective memory when it comes to what we needed after those playoffs.
The man was playing on bone. Bob.
I'm not
There's no way you can tell me that they went out there and they thought those pieces were the answer pieces. That's
they did thought they was the answer pieces. I didn't. They did. Obviously, they did. And let's not act like some of us Knicks fans wasn't
Hold
coached.
on, guys. We gotta establish something. You can either eat pig feet or you can eat chitterlings, but you are not gonna get the whole hog. What that means is only thing that was left over in free agency was Evan Fournier.
Right.
There wasn't many options outside of Evan Fournier, Kelly Oubre, Gary Trent Jr., right? So we can't act like the New York Knicks had the pick of the damn litter. We didn't. On top of being the pick of the litter, we still have to offer up a contract, and the player still has to want to come here. And this alludes to what Freezy was mentioning earlier regarding the infrastructure. If you don't have the infrastructure already set, then bringing players here and drafting high and all of this stuff and taking chances, it does nothing. Right. Because you got to have a foundation built first. That foundation is built through development, but even after the development, there has to be some sort of at least a small history of winning before a free agency is going to make a decision and say, you know what? Those orange and blue guys look kind of good. Let me go play with them. Now, it just so happened that Evan Fournier is at that point in his career where he wants a bag. Because you noticed when he was overseas, as soon as they got the contract talking about 17 mil a year, increasing to 20 mil, he's like, yo, agent, jump on it. I don't even care. I'm playing ball in Europe right now.
Right.
So, again, Kawhi Leonard and all these other superstar players, they weren't available. So this is why we have at this point, we got to go get who we want.
They were available. They were available in the draft, but the Knicks didn't want to take a chance on going.
No, and right, but again,
They regretted it. And then now they got to double back with their tail between their legs and come back to the table in free agency. Be like, hey, I know I missed on you in the draft, and you were right.
Right. But all teams deal with that idea, right? This is not a New York Knicks thing. This is why you got players that get drafted a little earlier, they get drafted middle of the pack, and they hold vendettas against teams that passed up on them, and they always cook those teams. Like this idea is not a New York Knicks specific thing, but the point is regardless of whether you drafted them and drafted them at the number 11 pick or whatever, in order for you to feel comfortable with taking that chance on a player, you got to already have an infrastructure in place. Because if not, you're hoping and praying that this player is going to turn into superstar, super mogul, super life savior franchise. Like, you're praying for that. You're hoping that what you saw in college is going to produce when he gets on the NBA floor. And unfortunately, those are the things that we can't see. So we got to hope for it. We believe he can, but understand that when you're believing someone can do these certain things, you got to know that there's a doubt with that too. That's where belief comes from. Belief comes with a doubt. But you can know who a superstar is because they've already proven it. So before that superstar's contract is up and he's saying, you know what, I think I want to try out free agency, he has to know that the team that he wants to go to is already showing some signs of success before he wants to sign. Nobody has ever said, you know what, I'm a superstar and I want to go sign with the Orlando Magic outside of Tracy McGrady.
Right.
Right. He wasn't even.
But Orlando had a track record at that time. Orlando had a track record of being good at that time, though.
Right. Yeah. He definitely, but he wasn't a superstar yet. So even Orlando Magic was taking a chance on signing him because again, he was getting limited minutes in Toronto.
Evergreen. They've had Evergreen. But if you go take a look right before LeBron got to LA, look at the worst team's records. The Knicks were not the worst team. LA was. Why did he choose them? Look how bad their squad was.
Right.
I got you. They had leverage.
And it's not. And it's
what
not
leverage
about.
they have? Palm trees?
It's not
I
about
think you're
that
missing the
neither.
point, man. It's about leverage.
You
LeBron
missing
James
the
could have
point.
went anywhere and pulled whatever strings he wanted wherever. We
I
can't
think
we can't use the anomaly as this is the basis for where we want to go. LeBron James is he's a conundrum. He's a phenomenon. He's an anomaly. But
exactly.
that's not regular NBA basketball business. So let's not use that as an example that this is the example we're going to use. Right? We're
No,
going
your
to use the
example.
Golden State example. We're going to we can't do that.
Evergreen. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the gents contribution. Paris Duggar says if Ivy was great or a PG, he would go top 2. And so my comparison to Jaden Ivey was the 2003 NBA draft where you knew where the first handful of guys were going, right? You knew where you knew where LeBron was going. You knew LeBron was going to Cleveland. You knew Carmelo was going to either Detroit or Denver. You knew Chris Bosh was going to go to the place that was left over. Chris Bosh was probably the third best player on third highest player on people draft boards over Darko. But Detroit chose Darko. The conundrum was the 6'4" guard out of Marquette that was too short to be a shooting guard and too small and not crafty enough to be a point guard.
Right.
And that's where we are right now with Jaden Ivey. Now, for those of it, we always state the worst case scenario, right? With guys that we don't have, right? We'll say Jaden Ivey today is Victor Oladipo, right? But once we get him, we're going to be talking about he might be better than Dwayne Wade. We always do that.
Fact.
Right. We always do that. But let me do this real quick. Let me bring in Spree real quick, and then we'll pass it to Hardwell, and then Anthony A. Let's move in that order so that everybody will get their chance to you know what I'm saying, to chat. Hey, so what's good, Spree?
What's up, man? Yeah, I appreciate it, Freezy, for giving me the mic. I just want to say one thing. Whoever we draft, we have to develop that guy. And so I just want to say I need to start seeing development from Mr. Tibbs here, because I'm losing a little bit of patience. He's still my guy, but I need development. We have still a long ways to go. We've got to make the right trades if they're there. We got to pick the right people, and we got to develop the right people. So this is a long process. I also want to say if Burks gets traded, I wish him well. I wish a lot of Knicks fans treated him better. The reality is Alec Burks is a very decent role player. He was played in a position last year that he should never have had to play in. When he plays off the ball, the guy is a good player. Okay, we got to give him our respect before he leaves the building. Okay, that's my guy. I'm gonna go with that. Burks.
He got a $30 million contract. He's all right. He's all right. He could take some punches on the way out. He's good.
I mean, look, I'm not going to be crying if he's gone, but I do. He was put in a bad position last year. That's all I'm saying, man. Some guys are, some Knicks fans are taking shots. They ain't right, man. Alec Burks, he is what he is. Let me just also make this comment. I think we need to re-sign Mitch, get that done. I do think RJ, the efficiency, RJ showed me a lot last year. I need to see the efficiency improve, the free throws, but he's coming, he's growing, he's maturing. We got to get a point guard if it's there, if it makes sense. I defer to the scouts. They got to get it right. But again, it comes down to development. Is Tibbs the right coach for this team? This is my last year with this. If he does not get it right this year, it's bye-bye for me. This is too important right now. We're too important of a time where we got to get all the young guys. We got to get Obi. We got to get quickly. We got to get, if it's Mr. Ivy, I want all of them to be developed correctly. That's all I got.
Peace. Powerful. Very powerful.
Well, what I wanted to say was, in reference to what I just heard, was crazy because we know we got a bunch of ham sandwiches on the team, like we talked about on the last show. So when we say make a move to get Ivy, and I hear all these weird comparisons, you must don't know what you're seeing, or you can't tell what talent look like neither. And when you say Evergreen that the team didn't ever want to swing or take these type of chances, they got to change up what they've been doing because that hasn't been working in the past. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So another thing I want to say is you feel that way because you called that last year's team to win the championship. I just want to remind you, if you felt that way, then you believe in that talent too much. No, I'm talking to Evergreen.
Hold on. Hold
I'm talking to Evergreen.
I got you. I know he's talking to me. Let's deal with it.
Hold on, but I'm not finished though.
Go ahead. I got you. Go ahead. We're gonna address it. I love it. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, if you got that much faith in a team and they don't know who's the best player on the team, then you have to know that when you hear how Ivy is and how electric he is, right? Then that's a better piece to talk about developing when he can go off the dribble. And like we talked about on the last show, we don't have players that can do that. So even if you keep the best talent that we have, you need to add some more talent that could go with that motor like Ivy. Now, granted, he still got to pan out to be on a Westbrook level. I heard that mentioned as well earlier. I agree with that 100%. But just like the Trae Youngs and players who mimic Curry, right? These players are what I call microwave players. And they are playing off of what these guys did, but they putting in the work to be, not saying they guaranteed to be better, but you have to see this type of play played in the NBA before you could mimic it or have somebody to say, I could do the same thing. And if you follow the game Evergreen a long time, you know the game has changed more to where guards could dribble and do all this stuff. So you got to look at where the game is going, and it's more electric. And Jaden Ivey, I wasn't a fan to say trade RJ for him, but all these players that we have stuck in position and even picks, you got to make a swing for it because all these years we haven't did anything. So that's my take on when people say, oh, this player, where are you going to play this player? Where you going to play that player? Once I hear that kind of talk being talked like about our team, that means that y'all are overvaluing some of the players on this roster because they on this roster. And that's
Agreed. Agreed. Listen, everything you said, I agree with the exception of the assertions made about me. But everything you said, outside of that,
I said you thought the team was gonna win, bro. I wasn't taking a shot at you. I just was trying to show
no. I didn't. Let me be clear. My expectations were, and I quote, I'll say this again because people take what I said and they sensationalizing. I said that my expectation is that this team goes for a championship if they make one big trade.
Right.
That was always my assertion, and I never backed off of that. Right.
And this is the trade right here for Jaden Ivey, my brother.
And with that being said, understand that in order to make this happen, we're gonna lose a lot of the assets that I had in consideration with the
Evergreen
team.
But listen, what I'm asking y'all, and y'all dodge it. Stop dodging this question, bro. I'm asking you, Evergreen G, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
What are these assets that we're risking loss? Somebody explain to me what these assets are that we cannot afford to lose. Where are they?
I got you.
And if they are that good, how come they hadn't made an impact?
I got you. All right. Please. So first and foremost, I think that in order to get Jaden Ivey, it's going to take a lot more than we think. I think
Evergreen.
Hold on. I got you. I'm explaining to you the assets.
What are the assets? What are the assets?
I believe Quickly has to go. I believe Grimes has to go, and I believe Julius Randle has to go.
Okay,
and I believe that I got you. Yes, I think we have to give up a lot of draft picks in order to make the Sacramento Kings happy. I'm cool with doing that. Let me be clear. No. I am very, very cool with doing that. Of course, Sacramento's going to have to make the money match on the back end, right? I'm cool with doing that. But I think once you do that, we have to give this team at least 1 or 2 years before we think we're going to be consistently competitive.
All right, Cash. Hey, Cash, what's good, man?
Okay, this is the deal. Okay, I want to touch on a couple of points. I guess Evergreen, what you made in the panel, in terms of infrastructure. we have one of the best infrastructures now that we've had in years.
Absolutely.
The key component within that infrastructure is Walt Perrin. I don't know if you've done your homework on him. He's one of the best in the game. We got him on our staff.
At what? Best in the game at what?
Scouting. At scouting.
Okay.
Talent evaluator.
Okay.
So I trust him. As regards to having that star player and not knowing who that star player can be, you have to take a leap of faith.
Agreed.
Somebody mentioned a scenario where a team had traded their starter to get someone else. I recall in the case of Kobe Bryant, the Lakers, they traded Vlade Divac, which is their starting center, to get Kobe, which again, we did at the time. See, it's easy to see the end result of something because we say, oh, we should have did this, then we should, because we see the end result. Right now, we're in the moment. We don't know what the future holds. So you have to take a leap of faith. And you got to go with Jaden Ivey. And when you do, you give up the 11th pick.
Yep.
You give up that Dallas pick.
Yep.
You give up 2024 pick of ours.
Sure.
Those are the only picks. Then we got to throw in some young talent. Looking at the positional placement of players, they're probably going to want a guard or a shooter because they need some shooting.
Grimes. Quickly.
As much as we love Grimes and the potential upside, so on and so forth, we have to package Grimes. If they want another shooter, they can have Fournier. And any other vet, whether it be Randall or whatever. I mean, at that point, it's going to be a matter of the money matching, because understand that not only getting that pick, we're going to have to take some baggage, and that baggage is going to be probably Rashawn Holmes or Harrison Barnes, or maybe even both, depending on how the package broke down. But the key components of that package is going to be us getting the 4th pick, and the key component for Sacramento going back, because remember, in order to get, you got to give. In the game of chess, again, I'm going to refer back to you, Freezy. It's called a gambit, and you have to get this done. You got to make a swing for the fences. I mean, Leon is in a position in year 3 that he has to do that. Now, I'm going to throw this out to the panel. Do the panel know that Leon has a law degree? That he did practice some law?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know that.
To
be honest with you,
look him up. Do some homework on him. But what that does, it gives you some insight into how he thinks and how he is as a person. So that's why he's always, in the background and not in the forefront. But look at the okay, I'm gonna refer back to the infrastructure, to the team that he assembled to do the work. And the components that we have, we have a good infrastructure.
Cash.
Now,
listen, but Cash, the topic was assets.
Assets.
Oh,
assets and why we are trying to hold on to them for dear life, as opposed to gambling with them that we can, because like the both of us said. The Lakers took a chance on a kid barely 18 years old and Kobe Bryant. They traded away the all-star center that replaced Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on a championship team.
That's right. Sure did.
Vlade Divac was the all-star center that replaced the greatest center of all time, right? They traded that guy for a dude barely out of high school, right? And the Knicks in that same draft had 3 first-round picks. They had 18, 19, and 21, right? And they refused to give up 2 of those picks to trade up to get Kobe Bryant. And then you know who went the pick right before us? We picked 18, 19. We picked 18, 19, and 21, right? Do you know who went right before us at 17? Jermaine O'Neal.
Yes.
We couldn't trade up one pick We had 3 first-round picks and didn't trade up 1 pick to get Jermaine O'Neal.
The Three Stooges, Louie, Huey, and Huey. No one cares about them.
Oh,
Yeah, you asked the question.
So in other words, we have to play the talent. To answer Freezy's question, we have to play the talent. I mean, that's just as far as the Jaden Ivey situation. But in terms of the talent and the potential, let's end all this. I mean, not for us to end it, but the coach, for Thibodeau. It all relies on the coach and who's he playing. We gotta find out who we have, because we've lost so much talent over the years of not knowing what we had. So we need to use what we have. We need to find that within through development. We have the staff. We have the right infrastructure. Maybe we need a change in the coach. I don't have the answer to that. But if we don't see anything in this year, which is year 3 of the rebuild, then a change is going to come, as Sam Cooke used to say. I don't know if any of y'all familiar with that. It might be before y'all, but a change is going to have to occur from a coaching perspective. But that's all I got to say on that. I mean, anybody else want to rock? They can go ahead.
I want to answer Freezy's question about what assets do we have. The assets that we do have, whether people agree with me or not, is no doubt Cam Reddish. We traded a first rounder for him. Yeah. We're talking about trading him. Cam Reddish. Yeah. I'm not really high on RJ. A lot of y'all are. RJ is an asset. Obi Toppin, I don't care what anybody says, that's an asset.
Yep.
All these pieces are young. They're not veterans. They're young. They're just getting their feet wet. And we're talking about trading them, because honestly, if I was the other team, I'm not even thinking about trading away my 4th pick for some first rounders and what y'all call hand sandwiches. I'm high on Quentin Grimes. I can understand why people's not, but I'm not trading away my 4th pick for Quentin Grimes, Emmanuel Quickly, and Evan Fournier. Like, that's nothing to me. If I'm gonna trade away my 4th pick, I'm gonna want Cam Reddish plus RJ Barrett. I want the creme de la creme. I'm looking to fleece y'all. But I heard Knicks fandom talking about any means necessary. We need to get Jaden Ivey, except for RJ Barrett. What are we talking about here?
But can I ask you a question, bro? How do you think Cam over RJ, and you didn't see Cam play on that and a level in the NBA?
All right.
Where's your opinion coming from?
That's a great question.
Wait, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that, Harwell?
Go ahead, Harwell.
I didn't hear what you said. Could you repeat the part about Cam?
I said, where's his opinion coming from? Because he said he don't like RJ, but he likes Cam. And I'm asking him that because from a development standpoint, of somebody that know the game, you can't say you like a player from your personal feeling and not see the player play. And then if you don't play for a whole season and you see RJ play through that whole season and learn, how can Cam possibly come back next season and be better than RJ? And he still has to go through the learning curves that RJ went through when he was just getting run and earning minutes. And you got to remember, even if you was a good player in college and you go through all the stuff you went through, he's still going to have to play again to get that confidence back. So that's why it just confused me when you saying that. And you said that.
Let me answer your question, Harwell, because you asked the question and now you're explaining it. RJ, I'm rooting for RJ Barrett. I said this on every panel that I've been on. I'm rooting for him. I like his intangibles. I like the attitude he brings to the game, but I question his talent and I question his upside. I question all those things. You could put up stats of him scoring as many points as you want to put up there, but my thing is, when you look at assists, you want to look at turnovers. When you look at points, you want to look at efficiency. RJ Barrett has to work for every bucket he gets. He has to work for every stop he gets. He has to work more than any other player to even make an impact. And I respect that about RJ. The few times I see Cam Reddish on the floor, it just looks easy for him.
You see what you just said, though? The few times that you see him. See, that's where we go. That's where we go in different directions.
But we're talking about somebody who's still on a rookie deal.
It don't matter. He was in the same draft with RJ.
All right, so let me ask you a similar question, right? And this is a good comparison.
Man,
Steph Curry, Monte Ellis.
That's not a good. That's not a good comparison.
All right.
Yo, now hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to get back to the asset management thing that I was talking to about with Evergreen G. Right before we go down that way. Right. All right. Let me do this first though. Knicks will be 2026 NBA champs. Thank you for the generous contribution. He says, imagine if the front office hesitation in trading Obi being what prevents the Ivy trade. Wow. And then Paris Duggar, thank you again for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, Ivy doesn't see the floor, no handle, can't shoot. Again, this is what the old head Anthony A. Let me bring Anthony A in real quick so that we can give Anthony A some screen time, right?
Appreciate it.
Anthony A. Ain't that the same thing? You remember when Michael Jordan came out? Remember all the knocks on Michael Jordan in '84? Exactly. He an athlete, but he can't shoot. Remember that?
Exactly.
I remember that draft. People were legit talking about he might have gone number 1 if he could shoot. Man. You remember that about Michael Jordan?
But the eye test in college was obvious. The vision test, the watching play was obvious. I'm coming at you from different angles. Being a Marine, I've been so smart, right? My brother, by the way, is the first black grandmaster in history. My little brother. So that's why I'm going to bring some chess to you again, Freezy.
Right.
Bobby Fischer, when he played Boris Spassky for the World Championship, the reason why he won his first game was he did what he was not expected to do. They had prepared for every single move he was doing before. When he made an opening that they never saw before, and he ever did, they threw them off completely.
Right.
And he beat Spassky that first game. From that point on, he realized, I got to do what I've not done before.
Right.
The Knicks have done. I was going to go for Kyrie, but we've gone for that before with Carmelo, I think, a superstar athlete. We have never compiled our picks to go for a top-level, potentially high-risk rookie.
Trade up in the draft. We've never done that.
Trade up in the draft. We've never
done
that.
High risk, high reward.
Right.
High risk, high reward. So let's at least try that. Let's go for the Sicilian defense. Let's open with a move that is attacking move. Don't give anyone a chance to go, oh, man, what are the Knicks going to do? They should not know what we're going to do next. And so right now, package, what's the package? Which is why you keep on asking them, what's the package you're willing to sacrifice? And I'm here to say, I love Obi. Oh, I love RJ. I love IQ. Any one of them.
Love Grimes. Love McBride.
Love McBride. Cam. Oh, man, love Cam.
Right.
All of them are on the table. Our picks next year, 4 second rounders, 2 first rounders, except for we can't do back-to-back first for our own, but all those picks are on the table. Give me something that we've not done before and something that could possibly transform the paradigm shift for our franchise for years to come. Up or down, it is a gamble. It is a lottery. It is a risk. But, man, we have not taken a risk like this ever.
Well, we're talking about an high risk, high reward.
I'll also give this analogy. I don't know how many of y'all on the panel on the stock market or have stocks. You ever been in the stock market? Me personally, I'm playing this game right now, and it's a risk. Who would have thought if you would have invested $1 into Microsoft? When Bill Gates started that company, you know where you would be today?
A millionaire.
Or when Amazon first, or I give a more realistic approach for the young people to understand. As soon as Bitcoin came on and you jumped on, where you think you'd be right now?
Oh dear God!
But you didn't. But you didn't see that then, and that's what we were saying before. You don't see it in the moment. You have to take what is called a leap of faith.
If you'd have traded 1 first round pick in the Steph Curry draft, if you'd have moved up one
take that leap of faith.
spot,
Yes.
But
if
you'd serious though.
Draft pick.
And we're not trading everybody, by the way. We're not trading everyone. It's not a investor in entire savings in it. If we just put $1,000 in even Dogecoin 3 years ago, you'd be a millionaire last year when it hit 70 cents.
from a quarter penny. I had a million Dogecoin at a quarter penny, and I sold it a penny, going, oh, 4 times my investment. I'm happy. It went to 70 cents. I mean, and it wasn't like I put my whole savings in there. Just take a calculated risk.
So when you buy stocks, do you buy high?
Say it again.
Do you buy high when you buy stocks?
Oh, man.
No.
I buy actually.
You buy low, right?
Buy low, sell high.
No,
you
that's
buy
a goal,
low,
but also
high, right?
no, buy the rhythm of it moving. You don't have to actually catch at the bottom or sell at the top. You buy it here and sell here. You don't have to catch it at the bottom and sell at the top. But you got to have an upward trajectory. You have to have the
green
pattern of
arrow.
it moving exactly. So
Green
don't
arrow.
try to go.
When you
I'm
look
gonna
at your
go
portfolio,
against
when you
James
look at your
Sharp.
portfolio management software, you want something with green arrows.
Brandon,
And basically you want something with historic green arrows. But like they don't have to rocket to the top. But if it's getting increasingly better over time, it's a calculated risk that you take that is not gonna debunk the current trend. Right.
And that's where Shaden Sharp is right now. Shaden Sharp is at high risk, high reward by the bottom. I think Ivy is at cat right here where trajectory is upward. I think like checks and those cats are right there almost at the top. They go, okay, they're gonna do well and they'll step up.
In the NBA, that's called
here.
upside. That's called upside. That's the meaning of upside. You nailed it, brother.
And Boulevard 73, thank you for the generous contribution. Boulevard 73 says the first 10 is going to tell me everything. If Tibbs don't act right, put him on a plane. Peace. Yeah, I feel you.
I agree with that.
Say, hey, Miss Geraldine, how you doing? Right? And Paris Douglas says, or if you invest today in Kodak Insta camera now. Nah, because Kodak is a down arrow. You don't invest in a down arrow, bro.
No, I think his point is if you just go with the status quo, you get nothing. You put in nothing, you get nothing. You don't get anything with that. Kodak
or small return.
Yeah. I mean, Kodak was stability or whatever at one point, but you ain't. In other words, you ain't making no money off that right now. So you got to take that leap of faith. You got to make that move. You got to go for the gambit. You got to go for the gambit.
Yeah, I would definitely be down with that if we was trading away a pick here, a player there. Where the conversation is basically mortgaging your future for an unproven product.
Nah, I don't think
not
so.
Mortgage. It's not mortgaging your future. You're mortgaging certain pieces.
Partial,
not everybody.
You're actually investing in your future. You're actually investing in your future
for the Carmelo trade. Whereas, if you remember that scenario, if we would have waited until that season ended, we could have signed him and not give up anything. You got to look at the dynamics of the situation. I don't know if you remember that. All we had to do was wait for Melo. Even though Melo wanted to come, we had to wait. But you know who was the key facilitator in pulling that off and say do it now? It was Dolan.
It was James Dolan.
He didn't know what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
It was Dolan.
Whereas now we have better infrastructure, and so they know. We can get this guy, and we don't have to give up anything. Only thing that we have to have is cap space.
But see, Kat, what you just said is very important because what we ended up doing was cashing in all our chips to get Carmelo Anthony, which ruined our future.
Who is our future on our team right now outside of RJ? Who is our future?
Our draft picks.
But look at the player that you're going to receive. You don't think Ivy could be our future with RJ?
I think Ivy could be our future, but I don't think he's worth trading away a bunch of draft picks for. It boils down to a difference of opinion. If you think Ivy has the potential to be a superstar, I can understand you wanting to do that. I don't.
Okay. All right. Let me mention this to you. I mentioned in my scenario 3 picks. Actually, we're swapping picks with Sacramento, so we're really not giving up a pick.
Right.
We're giving them the Dallas pick, which is really not our pick anyway. And then we're giving them our first 2024 pick. So in reality, if you think about it, we're only giving up one pick. 1 first-round pick.
And that Porzingis pick. Thank you, Steve Mills. Thank you for the gift that keeps on giving.
And
Yes, sir.
The gift that keeps on giving.
And then we're only giving up one young piece. We still got RJ. We still got Obi. We still got Cam. Yeah, we lose Grimes. And we lose some vets, but we were trying to move the vets on anyway.
Check this out. Hey,
Oh,
Cash,
wow.
check this out. So check this out. While we deliberate over should we trade for assets, right? Other teams are doing, guess what?
Trading
Portland. For assets. Yeah, Portland. Trading for assets. You know what I'm saying? Portland is trading for Jeremy Grant so that they can try to make a playoff push today. And then Detroit is trading away talent to get first-round picks. But the Knicks are deliberating over whether we should do any of this. We're not trading Randall for a pick, and we're not looking to trade assets for a bona fide franchise-altering player potentially. Right? The Knicks are staying pat. Now, I'm telling y'all the day before this draft, if the Knicks don't do something, it shows you that these dudes are incompetent. Leon Rose, look at me, Leon Rose. If you don't do something, you are incompetent. Yes, I said it.
No,
I ain't gonna. I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to. I'm not going to diss the players and hold the franchise in high esteem. I ain't gonna do that. I already seen other Knicks content creators will do that. Bash Randall, but then like, well, Leon Rose is a saint. I ain't doing this. Listen, I'm not that guy. Right? I'm not that guy. I'm not looking for no connection. I don't care about these internal relationships, connections. I like being in the trenches with you guys. I like kicking it with Cash and Chuck Allen, Anthony A. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying to y'all is if Leon Rose don't do something, that means he can't. That don't mean he chose not to. That means he couldn't. Right? It's like Anthony A. It's like, you remember your homeboy that you every time it come time to go out and party, your homeboy talk about how he gonna talk to all these girls, and then he get around the girls and don't say nothing.
Yep. Which could be a sign of a lawyer, by the way. Analysis paralysis, overanalyzing everything too much where you don't even make a move.
Right.
Analysis.
Right.
That's what I think. That's where Rose may be. Analysis paralysis.
That's what I'm getting at. Y'all remember that cartoon Inspector Gadget? Yeah. You remember Inspector Gadget had all the technology in the world at his fingertips, but he couldn't do nothing. You know who solved the case? His niece and the dog solved every case. Inspector Gadget had all this stuff at his beck and call and was not smart enough to do. I remember the dog used to have to go get him from. You remember when Inspector Gadget would be reading a book and he'd be walking towards the edge of a cliff, and the dog would run in front of him and put down a plank board so he could walk across the gap, and he never knew his life was in danger. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. That right there is what I think Leon Rose is doing right now. Leon Rose, if you listen, and I know y'all do, because MSG got eyes and ears everywhere. They know who to hate on and who to build up. Right? They'll support some and not others. I don't care. I got a good life, bro. I'm super good. I don't care nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not kissing up the MSG. What I will say is this. If these dudes don't do something, it's because they're not capable of doing this stuff. We picked the wrong guy. And I will be the friend. Listen, if the Knicks pick a guy at 11, it's gonna be fire and brimstone from Lawrence Tears. Now I know I'm not a major player in terms of the YouTube content thing. I'm not one of the big guys, but I will come on here every day and point out what you did wrong. Right? Wow. I will. You remember the line? You remember, Cash? You remember the story about the king of the jungle? The king of the jungle. The mighty lion was roaring, and all the other lions were scared of this lion. And the reason why the lion was roaring so loud is because he had a splinter in his paw. and a lowly mouse came out and took the splinter out of his paw. That's how the story go, right?
Yeah.
The mighty lion was roaring so loud that all the other competition was scared of him, but he was roaring like that because he had a splinter in his paw, and the tiny mouse came and removed the splinter out of his paw, right?
Yeah.
That's what this is, Leon Rose. That's what this is, Leon Rose, right? I'm not the mighty lion, but I can be the mouse to take the splinter out the paw. You know what I'm saying? Do something. Don't drive my team in the ground. I'm making a plea to Leon Rose right now.
Well, I'm
making a plea.
I would say to Leon Rose, if you want longevity in this game, you got to make a move, dog. It's time to make a move, because what's going to happen if you stand pat this time, your support is going to go down.
Yep.
Or don't freeze like
people are going to look at you differently.
No disrespect to you, Leon Rose. I would say this, no disrespect to Blowers Tez. Stay pat. We got a stronger draft coming next year. We got assets that we can.
Yeah, but that don't mean they're gonna trade next year's draft pick. That just they trying to trade the 11, the Dallas, and then
we got
young
6
piece.
picks next year. We got 6 picks next year.
That don't
first.
Yeah.
So first, so wait a second. Why would we want to not make a move now and take a chance? Because now what I'm hearing is that we want to stand pat, not have any dramatic change in our potential future, because we're used to what we're used to, wallowing in our struggles. Look at the entire organization. Randall, decision making, very slow. Tibbs, so slow he left RJ in the game with 50 seconds left, got him injured. I mean, it's endemic throughout the entire organization when you look at the Knicks organization right now. And if you can make a move faster than what we've been seeing, last year looked great because we sat packed. We go, oh, we lost Trey Man. Okay, let's go back. Oh, we lost that. Oh, let's trade that cat. Let's go for Grimes, and we felt good because he traded backwards, and there were some decent pickups. At the same time, it looked like he didn't make the move we need to make to grab the cat we would love to have right now, like Trey Man, or right now Ivy is a man we could have without sacrificing the future. We have enough picks for next year and the year after to make serious moves. How many rookies do you want next year? If next year, let's say next year is a bumper crop like last year. How many picks do you want to have? We have 6 potential. Give up the Dallas pick. We still have 5 with 4 second rounders. Who would not take 4 second rounders for one of the first rounders with a knowledge vet? Who wouldn't do that next year? So we'll have 2 first. How many rookies do you want to draft next year? 3, 4?
Exactly.
We don't need more than 2 or 3 rookies a year.
Exactly.
1 or 2 a year is the maximum.
Exactly.
So why not make the move?
Exactly. You can only sign 2 guys. So
exactly.
So yeah, we still got capital to work with. So it's time to make
cash.
some moves.
Man. Because you got to think about that. That's the thing. That's the misnomer.
No.
Think about this. But hear me out on this. You got to remember, first round picks are on guaranteed 4-year deals.
Okay.
Right. Your roster can only carry 15 people. Right. Now think about this. If you don't make a move, that means you add 1 additional first round pick that's going to be guaranteed going into next year. Right. Now, do you trade? Because in order for you to take advantage of all that stuff that you're about to say, we would have to move some of the guys that are on the roster right now, because you can only carry 15 guys. Right. Now, with that said, I know a lot of people will be like, well, get rid of the vets. Right. But a team has to have some. You ever been a basic trainer? Anybody in here ever been to like a basic infantry type scenario?
No.
Yeah. With all those dumb privates walking around, right? Dumb E1s walking around, right? Guess what they also have there? Veterans, NCOs, to make sure that these dumb E1s, E2s, and potential E3s are not setting their hair on fire, right? Or killing themselves in the chow hall. You have to have veterans around all these young guys. Anthony, am I lying? Am I lying?
You got to have the right veteran. Yeah, you got to have the right veteran. You're right.
Right. And so what I'm getting at is so if you keep some veterans and mostly young guys, right? Some veterans and mostly young guys. What are you going to do with all those second round picks next year?
Right.
If all of them, Anthony A, if all of them convey, the Knicks will have 7. If all of them convey, right? And then 2 first round picks, you talk about 9 players.
Right.
What are we doing?
You got to use the draft capital. Use it now.
And
Right.
not
And so, Cash, I wasn't knocking your point. I wasn't knocking your point. I just wanted to add some context to what it was that you were saying.
Right.
Because I agree with you. I just want to, like, you know how sometimes you have to give the kids some sugar in order for them to take the medicine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's because you was about to shove the medicine straight down somebody's throat. And I was like, wait.
You remember castor oil? You took it.
Yeah.
Castor oil. Woo.
Yeah.
And it's not even. It's not.
A picture those like that. Boop. Oh.
Yeah.
And it's not only that. Now, say we don't make that move, right? And we stay packed like he wants to. Now we see, and let's see Ivy come and turn out to be everything that we think he's gonna be. Now we're gonna be sitting back like, oh, I wish we had Ivy. I wish we had a player like that. When you could have made the move to do it, but you stayed packed. Things like that. That's what frustrates everybody. Got to make the move.
You got to make the move, and you know you lose some capital, but hey, man, got to make the swing for the fences. You got to do something.
And when are we going to get RJ help? When are we going to get RJ? When is going to be time to get RJ help? We're supposed to be building around RJ. And a move like that shows that, all right, RJ, I got your back. I'm going to get you a wingman.
And like Finesse is throwing in the chat right there. I'm okay with getting Sexton or Levine as well. I'm okay with making a move like that, but we got to make a move. Right. I'm okay with not, but you can't sit back and just hope, okay, 11 pick, Davis. I love Davis,
This is the worst situation.
Yeah.
This is the worst situation that can happen, Freezy. Check this out. Imagine we don't do anything. We pick a random guy at 11 and we run back what we have.
Dyson Daniels. Say we pick Dyson Daniels at 11. And then we run it back.
That's the worst scenario that could happen, I think.
Right.
And run it back what we have. So, in other words, I would just say this: if we're not going to make that move, as much as I hope that we do, at least play the kids. Let them young boys cook. Tell the vets, sit your butt down, and play the kids. If we don't do nothing, I hope we at least do that.
Yeah, I want to expound on what you. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead, Cash.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, I'm done.
I want to expound on what you just said. It's not that I don't think anybody's untradeable on our team. It's that we haven't seen the kids to really see what their value is. And if we play the kids, you never know. Grimes may be worth more as far as his trade value.
But Don P, RJ Barrett is younger than Grimes.
That's fine.
And RJ Barrett has been a starter since day one. And for 2 seasons, RJ Barrett was in the top 10 in minutes. Right? Mitchell Robinson is an NBA starter. Right?
Yeah.
So we keep saying we don't play the kids, but that's not true. Because RJ Barrett for 2 seasons was in the top 10 in minutes. How is Tibbs not playing the kids? If I may just expound on your point.
Okay.
We would like to see more of the kids more often.
All right, that's
right.
fair.
Right? Mm-hmm. Because in fairness, we can't just throw Tibbs under the bus and say Tibbs don't play the kids when RJ Barrett is in the top 10 in minutes. Yeah, that ain't true.
Yeah, him and Mitch would be the exceptions, of course.
Yeah. These cats have been playing.
IQ play.
Right, and IQ plays a lot.
IQ. But to Obi and Grimes.
What we want is for them to play all the kids.
Right.
We want them to play all the kids, right?
Because Tibbs have gotten playing time.
And that's the thing, though. Like, I see what you're saying, Uncle Freezy, and that's a fair point. But in a season where Evan Fournier was struggling in the first half of the season, he didn't take him out the game like he took Obi out the game. He kept him in there.
And see that, and that right there ain't also true because Tibbs at the beginning of the season used to bench Evan Fournier in the fourth quarter. Yep, y'all remember when Tibbs was benching Fournier in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
To play Emmanuel quickly.
But how many
now with that said, he did play him in the first 3 quarters, played the hell out of him. Wouldn't give Fournier a break in the first 3 quarters, right? So I mean, so I understand what you so Don, is it just you would rather get rid of the vets and just play all kids?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that because again, if you, I don't want to break down each and every single player, but I think Quentin Grimes makes Evan Fournier expendable. I think he makes somebody elite. I think he plays deep and he can knock down the three. So yeah, RJ Barrett makes Alec Burks expendable. Like he can do everything Alec Burks can do. I can't say the same for Obi Toppin and Julius Randle. I'm not gonna disrespect Julius Randle like that, but I think Obi Toppin is a better fit for the team right now than Julius Randle is. I'll say that. So if we're talking about our veterans, yeah, of course, because this is not just any old regular veteran to where they're that better than our young kids. That's not the case.
Let me address the super chat real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, "Can't you knuckleheads take a year off while we develop?" Hey, but hey, PD, listen. If you get a Jaden Ivey, aren't you still developing?
Precisely.
Aren't you still developing? If you put a Jaden Ivey and RJ Barrett backcourt together, aren't they still developing?
Yeah, true. I mean, if we're not trading away a bunch of picks to get them,
we could trade away picks, but we could get Ivy, trade away picks, and one of our beloved player.
Like
besides RJ, just take one.
Yeah, like if the difference between the that's IQ, I'm sorry, IQ. Business is business. Sorry.
Yep, I know.
I don't want IQ. I would rather take RJ. I mean, if I'm the opposing team, if I had to choose between IQ and RJ, y'all want my 4th pick? I want RJ.
Yeah, and that's when we hang up the phone because we're not getting RJ. That's our cornerstone. You can have IQ. You can have IQ.
So let me give y'all the details on the Portland trade and Portland and Detroit trade, and this will let you know why I think the way I think. Right. So Portland gives Detroit a 2nd round pick this year in a weak draft. Right. And then they swap 2nd round picks. Right. And they get a 2025 1st round pick. Right. For Jeremy Grant. Right. To me, that sounds like a lot for a guy that Detroit wasn't even going to use.
Yep.
Right. That sounds like a lot. 2 2nd round picks and a 1st. That sounds like a lot to me because I'm a Knicks fan. Right. Right. But think about this. If Jeremy Grant is going for that, you're going to have to pay more for the number 4 pick, Jaden Ivey. Right. So just be prepared. It's like the other day when I was telling the story about looking at the brand new BMW X8, right? I saw it. It was Anthony A. It was black, right? With the black tinted windows, had the monster BMW wheels, and you know the X8 have the monster big BMW grill on it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I pull into the lot and walk over there, and I'm looking like, man. And the dude was like, "Hey, Uncle Freezy, the package you want, man. This one right here, it's only $91,000, and we have in-house financing if you're comfortable with that." And so I look at my car, which is older, but it ain't exactly bad, right? I look at my car, right? My car is a 2019 Mercedes-Benz GL 450, right? That's what I drive. That's my daily driver. That's what you know what I'm saying. And it's not because I'm rich. It's because I finally got all these kids out the house and I finally already paid my bills off and I got the car that I want, right? So whatever. Don't judge me, y'all. I know some of y'all probably driving all kind of expensive cars. I don't care. I don't care what y'all driving. I'm just telling y'all what I'm driving for the sake of this story, right? So I'm walking away from my car to look at that BMW. I'm like, oh my God, this thing is so beautiful. And then on top of that, one of my homeboys, one of my dear friends, he my brother, G-Man for life, just got a brand new whip, right? right? I ain't gonna say the name and all that stuff. He just got a brand new whip. He sent me a picture, and I was so jealous, right? And so I look at that car, right? He tell me all the details, 91,000, blah blah blah. I can't afford that. That's way out of my budget, right? My budget right now is somewhere between. My personal budget would be somewhere between, if I could get a new car right now, between 18 and 30. That's all I can afford. And I don't want y'all to cry me a river. I'm just telling y'all, like, where I am. Right? The dude says 91. I already know I ain't getting this car. Right? I already know it. So I get in, and the air conditioner is not blowing in my face directly. You know how you have the vents right there in the air conditioner, Anthony A, the air is circulating in the car like a whirlwind.
That's that central air.
Yeah, bro, I'm like, I ain't never had air blowing on the back of my neck as I drove a car. You know what I'm saying?
Filtered also. It's filtered.
Filtered, yeah. And so I get out of the car and start walking back to my car, and I'm like,
oh.
I look at my car, and I call it Quentin Grimes. I call my car Ham Sandwich. And I go home and I jump on and I hang out with y'all. And I don't tell nobody. I'm like, I don't tell nobody but G-Man. I'm like, G-Man, I just got out of an X8. And he was like, why you got out of it? Why didn't you just buy it cash?
Oh,
I ain't got no cash like that, fool. You crazy? So anyway, what I'm getting at is when the opportunity comes for you to make your move, make it. If the opportunity is there. Right now, what Don P is saying is the opportunity is not there.
No, I'm not saying that.
And I understand. I understand where you're coming from. You wanna just play the long game, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, Uncle Freezy. I'm asking, is this the only opportunity that we have to trade away all our chips? That's the question. Is this the only opportunity that we have? We don't have the same opportunity next year.
Yeah, you want the dealer to give you more cards, right? That's what you want, right? Instead of playing the hand that you dealt right now, you want the dealer. You telling the dealer, give me 2.
Yeah, I'm on. 21 blackjack. Yup.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not saying that you're not logical. What I'm saying is that I'm struggling to understand why you would take that approach, knowing that the Knicks have missed the playoffs 9 out of the last 10 seasons. Hey, Bill, what's good?
It boils down to a different opinion on a specific player. Again, if this dude reminded me of John Wall, I would have been right along with y'all, traded in all our chips or whatever it takes to get him.
Would you have been the only team though?
No, of course not.
And do you think a bidding war would have ensued?
Of course.
Okay. So you might have paid more money for John Wall, who might have been better in the long run, right?
As a rookie, we ain't talking about now, but
as a rookie, yeah.
Right. So what do you see in him? What do you see in Ivy right now? Who do you see? Or what's the season?
I see him at his very best. Victor Oladipo in his prime. I think I was one of the first dudes who mentioned that. And Victor Oladipo, he's no scrub. He's not a scrub. He's in his prime. When Victor Oladipo was healthy, he was a bucket getter. He was a demon. But
back to Freeze's point. How much would you be willing to pay for Victor?
For Victor?
With what we got right now, what are you willing to pay?
Nothing. Because Victor Oladipo needs the ball in his hands in order for him to be effective. If I'm getting Victor Oladipo, RJ or Randall, one of them has to go. We can't have 3 people who needs the ball in their hands in order for the team to thrive. And I equate Jaden Ivey to that. He needs the ball in his hands in order for him to be successful or effective.
And Doppy, guess what? Victor Oladipo this season, right? Victor Oladipo this season in limited games shot 48% from the floor and 42% from 3.
There we go. And drove to the basket.
Yeah, he does. But his best work is driving to the basket, creating havoc in the paint. You know what I mean? So Victor Oladipo's no scrub. He's no scrub. I think he's really good in his prime. He's straight. But with the personnel that we have on the squad right now, it's just not a good fit. It's not a good fit for us.
Okay, who do we have that
If
can do
I
that
want
right
somebody
now?
who's gonna hold the ball like that, I need somebody who's a facilitator. If they're gonna be holding the ball like that, that's all.
Who do we have that can do that right now?
Nobody.
Okay, but it's
Oh, it
Ivy
might
a
be.
step up
It might be
from
Deuce
where
McBride. We don't know. We don't
I
know. It
think
might be Deuce McBride.
I think I agree with that. But I'm just saying, with 4 second-round picks next year, 2 first, and one of our players this year, I think I would. Again, I'm not going to go 3 first-rounders. I'm going with like 2 seconds from next year. Flip the first this year, and next year's first with one more player to have a potential Victor Oladipo, and I think a little bit more athletic than Victor, actually, with a little bit more guard distribution skills when I've seen his game, which again, I go back to Freezy, got me thinking about what a guard is and a true point guard can be. I mean, again, we'll go back to heredity or environment. Are they born or can they be raised? Are they built or are they born that way? And man, when you have that instinct to see the opening or to see that hole and you can decide like that, Ivy has that. Ivy has that. He's no CP3, but he has that ability to be in the middle of a crowd and find the hole for that little layup or slam it or cross court behind the back pass on point. He has it.
The
I
operative.
think that
I was gonna say the operative word in guard play because the evolution of the guard has changed, and that's the key point that we have to remember when thinking about Jaden Ivey. It's playmaking. When you have multiple playmakers on the court, that changes things. So is there like one single guy? No. Jaden Ivey's not going to have all the necessary intangibles, but when you put him on the floor with an RJ, you put him on the floor with Cam Reddish, you put him on the floor with Obi, you're going to see the difference. It's going to be a big difference.
Even with
McBride.
I would play with McBride.
Even with McBride.
Both of them at the same time. I'm okay with both of them coming off the bench.
Don't think about just a traditional guard.
I'm
already in a situation where we don't have anything traditional. We got Julius Randle bringing the ball up. Is anything traditional about that?
So here's the reason why I keep bringing John Wall up. I keep saying this. Who's more coming out of college? Who was faster, John Wall or Jaden Ivey?
John Wall might be one of the fastest players we ever seen.
Yeah,
as a rookie,
he was good. He was
who's
fast.
Who's stronger coming out of college, John Wall or Jaden Ivey?
I don't know. John Wall was pretty strong. John Wall was listed as 6'4" coming out.
6'4", right?
Yeah,
right?
John Wall is not a little dude.
He's not a little dude at all, right?
John Wall wasn't known as a shooter though.
He's
I say Ivy has a better shot than John Wall right now.
He does.
Shooting
wise. All right, that's debatable. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all gotta understand. I'm not easily impressed with Ivy because I've seen dudes who matches the same skill set that he has, plus they have the vision. Naturally, y'all talking about what he could possibly be coming out of college, as far as his potential.
Back a little bit then. Last 20 years, give me 6 players that you go, okay, no matter what, give me those guys. Of course, LeBron. No one saw Steph coming. So let's start with LeBron. Let's start with John Wall. Westbrook. Who else?
I wouldn't even put Westbrook in there. I think he was one of those outliers. He's a two who disguised himself as a point guard. And I think he's one of those special dudes who create so much gravity, like we all feel like Ivy can do. I think Ivy can do it, but I just try to put everything in the context. The way that most teams stop us when we get into some type of offensive groove is playing the zone. And we all know there's only one way how to beat the zone. And other than Quentin Grimes and Evan Fournier and Alec Burks, we don't really have much shooters on the team.
Well, let me bring in Bill right quick. Give us a few seconds to chop it up, y'all. Hey, Mr. Rob, what's good?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man, appreciate you being patient with us, man. We passionate, bro. The draft.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. It's draft time, baby.
Yeah, man.
I'm listening. I'm tuned in.
Yeah, man. Man. Hey. So what I wanted to do is get your take on the Jaden Ivey situation one more time.
I think he's gonna be pretty good, but right now all we have is potential pretty much to go off of. So I wouldn't, as far as giving up everything. I heard a few people say they would trade anybody on the roster pretty much. I don't think he's a surefire hit. It's easy to look in hindsight at some of the past guys that we didn't trade up for, but with Jaden Ivey, he doesn't come off as like he's guaranteed to be a star. So it's kind of hard to say I would give up everybody. Now, I would give up almost everybody. I think RJ is probably the only one that I would hesitate on just throwing out there for the potential of Jaden Ivey, just off of he has some unproven factors of his game, Jaden Ivey, that we can't gamble on something that we know is a talent. RJ's a talent. Now, whether or not he can be the number one, that's another story. He looks like he could potentially be the second guy on a contending team, but
okay,
I wouldn't exactly throw everybody out for Jaden Ivey now. I don't think he's a surefire star as far as from what we've seen from him.
Well, what's a surefire star in your opinion?
Well, I know Anthony just named a few players in the past few years, guys that you knew. There was no doubt about it. If you can trade up to get them, they're going to be a hit. They're going to be the guy you could build around. I don't see Jaden Ivey. I don't think he's done enough in college to show that. I don't think you could bank on it. Like with Curry, like not everybody was on the Curry wagon as far as, this guy is going to translate to the NBA and he's going to be a surefire.
Nope, that was a gamble.
I mean, he was a shooter. He was lanky. He was
skinny. He was short.
You seen the conference he was in? It was like it was no way. In hindsight, it's like everybody's dumb. We should have traded up,
Right, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Are you guys not impressed by the small college guards? How many of these small college guards do you need to see before you start believing?
A lot of them
it didn't start with
out
Damian.
the league.
It didn't start with. It didn't
They're
start.
not
with
all
Damian.
hits.
But neither is top 10 picks or first round picks.
True.
What I'm saying is for every LeBron James, there's an Anthony Bennett. LeBron James went number one, and he was.
I didn't think Anthony Bennett was a surefire guy. I don't know how he ended up. Even at the time, not even using hindsight.
But he had a higher vertical when he was in shape. He had a higher vertical leap than LeBron James.
Yeah,
they were the same size, 6'8", 240. Mm-hmm. Both could jump out the gym. When Anthony Bennett was in shape, is what I'm saying.
I think a good example. A good example would be Wiggins.
But let me I feel you, but let me finish this point just real quick about the small college guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the small college guy didn't start with Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard just appeared to put small college guys on the map. Mm-hmm. But John Stockton went to Gonzaga, and he's a Hall of Famer. And at the time, Gonzaga was a small school. Steve Nash went to Santa Clara, right? Steph Curry went to Davidson. Mm-hmm. Right. Damian Lillard went to Weber State. CJ McCollum went to Lehigh. Right. So what I'm saying is this. You can't just go by, highlight films and cut-ups.
Mm-hmm.
You have to see these guys play. Right. And the thing is, you've seen Jaden Ivey play. Yeah. Right. You've seen his speed against potential NBA talent, and his speed is A+++ compared to potential NBA talent. But you know what? So was Dennis Smith Jr. Right?
Right. He had all the paper.
He
had all the athletic specs.
Right. But you know the difference between Jaden Ivey and Dennis Smith Jr. is Jaden Ivey mom works for or is connected to the Memphis Grizzlies. And Jaden Ivey works out with Ja Morant from time to time. Dennis Smith Jr. was hanging out with J. Cole. Right? There's a difference. How much does this kid want to be great? Right? Jaden Ivey is working out with the prototype, the template, John Morant, right? Dennis Smith Jr. was hanging out with J. Cole in Fayetteville. There's a difference. We can't ignore all these peripheral facts. Right? Michael Jordan, for instance, people said the same thing. Hey, Mr. Robinson, I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but I'm going to just bring this up, right? When Michael Jordan was coming out, people were like, Michael Jordan won a championship at Carolina. Yeah, but you know who else was on that team? Guys like James Worthy, guys like Sam Perkins. That team was stacked. Michael Jordan didn't drag the Tar Heels to a national championship. He didn't drag them to a national championship. As a matter of fact, when Jordan was the big guy on campus, they lost. When James Worthy left, after James Worthy left, Sam Perkins left, and when Jordan was the man, they lost. When it was Jordan and Kenny Smith and Brad Daugherty, they lost. And the knock on Jordan was he's a great athlete. He has a high motor, but he can't shoot. Right? And today, people are telling me this Jaden Ivey kid, he has a great motor. He's a great elite athlete, but he can't shoot. And so what I'm saying is Jaden Ivey is not Michael Jordan. What I'm saying is every prospect is gonna have some type of flaw. Anthony, you remember they said this kid Shaquille O'Neal, he's only dominant because he's playing against small centers in college. When he get to the NBA to play against Pat Ewing and David Robinson and Akeem Olajuwon, them guys are gonna eat him up. You can't dominate NBA centers like you dominate college centers, and Shaq can't shoot free throws, right?
Yep.
And now after Shaq came in the league, we're like, okay, maybe this Shaq attack thing is real. So what I'm saying to all that stuff is you have to take a chance, because for every Shaquille O'Neal that Orlando took, like Orlando took a Shaquille O'Neal, they took a Dwight Howard, but they also drafted dudes like Brooks Thompson, Garrett Hammock, Jeff Turners, right? So you are gonna swing and miss occasionally, and guess what? The Knicks have swung and missed. How about I'm feeling like karma is setting us up to hit, because we've missed with Frank Ntilikina and Kevin Knox and Jerry. So we've missed on some guys, but I think karma is coming our way.
I think we've hit on a few guys.
Yeah, Freezy.
No.
I'm not talking. But I'm not talking about hitting on. I'm not talking about decent NBA players.
Right.
I'm talking about megastars, bro. Right. Just drafting a guy and he because if you draft a guy in the first round and that ain't changing your franchise around. What I'm saying is the Lakers drafted guys like Nick Van Exel, Corey Blunt, Eddie Jones. But you know when they hit? When they acquired Kobe Bryant. That was a hit. Right. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at, BR. That's all I'm saying.
My question also is 2 points. One is no one on our team currently sees number one ceiling, right? Who is number one potential? Maybe RJ, potential number one, his ceiling.
I wouldn't rule out RJ. I say he still has potential.
Right.
How's that?
RJ is our potential number one potential. Is Ivy?
I don't think he's shown it yet.
Does Ivy look like from this point? At this point in his very young career in college, a potential number one, and 2, who right now would not have picked up Reggie Jackson in 1977, the New York Yankees? Who would not? The number one strikeout king. He struck out more than anybody else in history.
Right.
Reggie Jackson. Then he hits 3 back-to-back home runs in the World Series.
Yep.
Okay. We got to go for the swing sometimes. We got to go for that swing. And Reggie would swing as hard. He would miss. He would strike out swinging around, and some almost fall down on the ground.
Right. I saw Reggie Jackson swing so hard one time that the bat hit him in the knee. Like he swung so hard that the bat came all the way around his body and hit him on the knee, and he fell down and grabbed his knee.
Yeah. And then
but he hit a clutch home run in the 6th inning against the Dodgers' best pitcher.
Upper deck.
Yep, got to take a chance.
You gotta take
Mr.
a chance.
October.
There we go. You gotta take a chance. And I'm saying that Ivy is a potential number one, almost John Morant like number one. We gotta take that swing one time without sacrificing the entire team. Reggie didn't sacrifice. We didn't sacrifice the team for Reggie Jackson. If Reggie came off the team, the Yankees probably could have still won a World Series, but not the way we wanted.
Y'all think real high of Ivy. Okay,
Yankees,
all right.
Yankees, by the way, Yankees,
No,
baby.
no. My thing is, if we're gonna take that chance on Ivy, why not take it? Why not show that same energy to De'Aaron Fox? He's almost the same type of player.
No, he's not.
He's athletic. He's fast. He can penetrate at will. He can pass.
Ivy could end up being De'Aaron Fox.
Could it?
As a floor.
Ooh.
Or
Y'all
Ivy can, or Ivy can
y'all
wind up
giving him
being-
a high ceiling.
or he could wind up being Dwayne Wade.
Exactly.
Ooh.
And rookie
Okay.
contract and a rookie contract. What's there?
On
I
a
could be
rookie
wrong
contract.
about Ivy. I could be wrong. You know those things. I could be wrong about him.
What I'm saying.
I'm gonna have to go watch some more tape after hearing a few of y'all takes on it.
Please,
I'm gonna have to. Sailing of Wade, that's a high ceiling. I'm gonna have to go look at some more tape. Of that.
What if I told you Kobe Bryant coming out of high school had the ceiling of a Michael Jordan?
I believe you.
But there was people who thought that highly of him. There were
They
people
wasn't
who
calling
were
him Michael
saying
Jordan.
they were saying he can be a game changer.
They wasn't calling him Michael Jordan in
There were
1996.
Nobody really ever gets that comparison.
Right, in 1996, nobody was calling Kobe Bryant Michael Jordan.
Mm-mm.
Right, but in 2006,
But I think the hype around
people
Kobe
were
was
saying-
much higher than it is about Ivy right now, or the ceiling.
It definitely was. Him and J.R.
Or he'll
Smith.
be considered a number one pick. I think if Ivy ceiling
There were 12
was really,
teams.
you know,
There were 12 teams who didn't see Kobe as Michael. 12 teams who didn't see Kobe as Michael.
because if they
There may
did,
be
he would have went
three
number
teams.
one.
He was number 13. There are possibly 2 or 3 teams
but the
right
teams
now
that pass
who
him, I don't
see-
think they didn't question his talent. They questioned his age. Back then, I mean, it was brand new to think an 18-year-old is really going to come in this league and do something. They knew he was talented. They was like, I'm not using that high of a pick on an 18-year-old. That was their mentality.
No, that was
you got to look at this. They didn't look that wasn't how they looked at Kobe. 96 was a talented draft, right? Allen Iverson went number one. They wasn't thinking about the next Michael Jordan. They was thinking about bringing Allen Iverson to Philadelphia. They weren't even thinking about Kobe. There was no trade down scenario. There was no way Philly was even considering anybody except Allen Iverson. They had already changed their jersey schemes and everything. Remember they went to the black jerseys. Remember the black jersey, all of that. They had changed everything, right? And then plus by default, just want to clear this up. Just by default, Ivy has more hype nowadays than Kobe. Just not based off of talent, just based off of the social media presence nowadays, right? Kobe used to be in magazines.
Okay,
Jaden Ivey is on the internet, and it's a difference. You know what I'm saying?
Vitaly Potapenko, who that? Todd
Right.
Fuller, who's that? Eric Dampier, Samaki Walker, the head of guy, Lorenzen Wright.
Right.
All these guys ahead of Kobe.
Yeah, no, the Clippers love Kobe in the workout. Kobe said it himself. The only reason why they didn't draft him because of his age. That was all it was.
I've heard a lot of that. Yeah,
they felt like he was just too young.
Right. A lot of teams felt that way.
They chose Lorenzen Wright instead, right? That very famous, super popular, talented Hall of Fame center, right? Great play. That's why they're the Clippers.
But you know what that accounts to in the case of Kobe, and since we're speaking on that, scouting. And guess who saw that in him? It was Jerry West.
Jerry West, the logo.
Yeah. It was Jerry West. And so again, going back to us, Walt Parent.
Right. There we go.
Scouting. He looks. He can see things. He's old school. So we as Knicks Nation has to trust him. I mean, definitely the talent level's there with Ivy. Obviously he sees something in Ivy, Now it's just a matter of Leon Rose putting the right package together to go get him. Look at all the draft picks that they made since Walt Perrin has been aboard. It's all been good draft picks. We can't say nothing really harshly negative about any of the draft picks we had. But going back to, to everyone's point and what we're discussing, it's about scouting, talent evaluating, not only knowing a person's physical, but knowing their mental, their work ethic, knowing the character of a person. Freezy, you mentioned with Dennis Scott hanging out with J. Cole. No, dog.
Dennis Smith.
Oh, wrong guy. But anyway, in order to make a name for yourself in the league, it's not about just getting to the league. It's what you do once you get in the league. And so if Ivy is working out with Ja Moran and as far as other people that's in his circle that has a strong work ethic and is trying to improve their game, I'm looking at that as a talent evaluator and saying, that's a plus. Or if I'm looking at this guy and he wants to go to Smashburger and just hang out and watch movies and play
Eddie Curry
and play PS5, I'm like,
Uncle Freezy, why you keep coming at Eddie Curry?
And see,
Eddie Curry, bro.
All that comes into play.
And Eddie Curry won a championship with the Heat too, by the way.
Yeah, but all that comes into play when you look at a player. And then the thing with Kobe Bryant, Jerry West saw the long game. He saw development. Everybody didn't want to take that chance. Yeah, Kobe was a chance and he was a risk, but look how he turned out. Again, we can always talk about the after the fact than being in the moment. And see, this is where we are now, Knicks Nation. We're in the moment. We don't know what the future holds. We have to take a leap of faith that's saying that this guy can be not the piece, but he can be a major piece. Because if we can get him, we got him for the long game. And so what we need to do at that point, we have him, we'll have RJ, we may have a couple of other pieces, Mitch, and we put other pieces together with that. So that we can have long-term sustainable winning. That's
let me just throw something in there real quick, just for the hype train. Y'all slow down on the Kobe thing, bro. Because for one, Kobe, even though he was talented and people knew he was going to be something, nobody thought he was going to be Mike. For instance, he was coming off the bench behind Eddie Jones and Byron the Frenchman Scott. Anybody in here over 50? Me, right? Anybody in me? Y'all remember cats like Byron Scott, who was a starting shooting guard for the LA Lakers during Showtime, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yep. Yes.
Kobe was coming off the bench behind him.
Yes.
Right? Now 3 years later, there was a dude that looked like Michael Jordan that entered the NBA. 2 years later, a dude named Vince Carter, who played at the same school Michael Jordan played at, and who did the same in the air things that Michael Jordan did. Right? And for those that said that Vince Carter in 98, 99, 2000 was not on a high. Y'all remember the dunk contest, the Vince Carter dunk contest?
Yeah. McGrady didn't even want to dunk because of that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Now, Tracy McGrady the whole time he was in the Raptors. That's why Tracy McGrady chose to leave.
Right. And yeah, man. And then plus both of those dudes was from Florida. Yeah, I got you. But what I'm saying is Kobe, the hype train behind Kobe was real, right? We thought he was going to be something. But we looked at Kobe as the dude in Shaquille O'Neal's shadow for a long time. That's why it was important for Kobe to win championships without Shaq, right? Yep. That's why that was important. Kobe changed his number in everything. You know what I'm saying? To prove that he could do it, right? But what I'm getting at is this. The Jaden Ivey thing, if you can't solve it in the day, you just got to take a chance. Right? You can't solve it in a day. Right? Because two teams thought there was players better than Michael Jordan, right? And think about this. When you passed up on Mike, right? You drafted Mike, but there were other players in the 84 draft that were good also. In a deep draft, you can stay pat. You can stand pat, right? In a deep draft, you can do that. In a not so deep draft, you can't just wait your turn. Because you know how you be in. I'm gonna harken back to my military experience just real quick. Y'all remember when you get served chow out in the field, and the chow trains show up late. They're supposed to get there at 3:30 and set up so you can eat at 4. You got to low crawl and all this stuff. You know how it is with FTXs, right?
Yeah.
You got to go through this thing, and we supposed to do it at 4:30, right? They supposed to set up at 4:30. Well, you start road marching at 12, right? You get to your spot at 2:45, right? You start your thing at 3:30, and then chow don't show up till 6:15. Now you got to stay in your position, bunk it in until it's time for chow, and then you get there, and they got T-rats, they got turkey slices when you thought they was having fried chicken, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, Knicks fans, don't mess around and low crawl. You know what I'm saying? Thinking you getting fried chicken since you've been out in the field. You've been out in the field 37 days. You thinking you getting fried chicken because you've been eating MREs the whole time, and then you get up there and it's T-rats, right? That we don't want to be that. This draft is not the draft to be patient. This draft is limited. So you got to go up and get your guy.
So let me ask you, if Michael Beasley was the number 4th pick, will we trade a lot of assets to get him? Not Michael Beasley now. I'm talking about Michael Beasley coming out of college.
No.
Why wouldn't he?
No, because Michael Beasley legit was not a game changer, projected to be a game changer. He was talented, right? He was talented, but he was not a franchise player. Like a lot of dudes that enter the NBA are talented, but they're not franchise. Like Danny Granger. Would you do the same thing for Danny Granger? He was talented, but he wasn't a franchise player. I'll give you another example of that, right? Dominique Wilkins. Would you have traded up for Dominique Wilkins? A lot of people would say yes, because Dominique Wilkins was talented, but would Dominique Wilkins lead a franchise to the NBA Finals? No. And I love Dominique Wilkins. Would you have done that for Alex English, a scoring machine? I think at his best, he was better than Carmelo Anthony, right? But would you trade Alex English?
Michael Beasley compared to Carmelo Anthony.
No, I compare Alex English to Carmelo though.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, come with hype, Christian Leitner.
Yeah.
Christian Leitner covered the most hype of some college players ever.
Right.
No one traded up for him either. So they
Right.
saw what they saw. Good scouts can see the potential, and it's so tough. Now, guess what? I want to ask you one question. I would be okay if we don't get Ivy, but I would not be okay if we don't make any move and just settle for what falls in our lap. Even if it's AJ or Dyson, if it falls in our lap, only thing you can fall in our lap that I'll be okay with is like Mathurin. But to sit back and fall in our lap and hope we get lucky, I just can't play that game. I gotta put my money on the table. I gotta push it all in.
I gotta do something.
All in. I gotta make that bet. I can't sit back and go, well, I hope the river is a queen of hearts and I get an inside straight flush. I'm sorry, man. Let me go for it, man. Let me put that money. I'm putting it out there.
Right. Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I just like for instance, I'm with Don P most of the way, right? I just don't think in this situation that we can take that approach. Like I'm with Bill on this one too. Like most of the time, I'm taking this approach. But what I'm saying right now though is, in the case where you have the opportunity to do something major, do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like would I had done all of this last year to trade up to get Jonathan Kuminga? No, I wouldn't trade it up to get no Jonathan Kuminga. I'm good. I'll pass. Even though he's a talented player. Right?
So you're normally on a more conservative level as far as trading up.
Right.
Okay.
Except the thing about gambling is knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them.
Right.
That's the thing about, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. That's how the thing go, right? Right.
Yep.
What I'm saying is right now I'm not folding them. Right. I'm not. I'm taking a chance. I'm jumping out there. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity because the Knicks finished, the Knicks guard shot. Think about this. Without Derrick Rose, the Knicks guards shot 39% from the floor. Right? 37% from three. And we're saying, nah, man, let's just stay pat, man. Let's just rock what we got, man. Let's just develop these guys, man. Nah, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, and everyone asks yourself, how much is it emotional? Is it the attachment? Freezy helped me to release the attachment to IQ and McBride and stuff. I have that. I know it. I love our players, man. It's hard to say. These are like our kids. It's like, who's your favorite child, right? Right? Who's your favorite kid? One of them got to be sent off. And I'm like, man, I don't want to send any of them off. I want to keep all of them. But once in a while, you're like, man, I got to take the emotion out of it and decide on a business level what's the best business move.
If we make a few trade offers and let's say a couple of good ones, throwing some picks, throwing some young players, and try to get Ivy, we get turned down. And y'all saying if we stay pat, y'all would be disappointed. Because I feel if we make a few good swings at getting the pick for Ivy, but we're unable to do it, then I don't want us to just make a move for the sake of making a move after that. If we are unable to move up there, let's not just throw assets around and move up 3 picks to get some other guy.
None of us do.
I don't see too many other scenarios us to move up. Okay.
Yeah, none of us want to do that.
I don't mind us staying pack. If we take a good swing at getting Ivy or moving up to the 5 or the 4, cool. But then we can't stay there, and there is going to be a few guys that can help.
But if we could move up move up 2 or 3 spots, and the price is nothing, like it's like Alec Burks, a 2nd round pick and 11 to move up 2-3 spots, something like that, then you do it because you have a better chance of getting Johnny Davis, Martin, or them. But if it's like,
I don't know who would take that trade though. You just offered Alec Burks in a 2nd to move up to like the 7th.
Alec Burks 2nd and 11.
Who the hell?
11's with that.
Yeah. Okay.
So and they're saying it's a week. You hear what Jonathan Washington was saying this morning? He was talking about how a weak draft is, and a lot of these teams sitting between 7 and 13, 14 are looking to move back or trade out altogether.
Right.
So you're looking at like a team like, say, the Pelicans, who have cap situation. If you take back a bad salary and 8, you can give them Burks 11 and like a 2nd round pick. Like a team will take on a vet to be like, yeah, I'll take on a 2nd round pick and a vet to move back 2 or 3 spots. We done it. We moved back 4 spots a couple of times just for a 2nd round pick. So teams are willing to move off, move back in this draft.
I agree. If it doesn't take much, but Burks in a 2nd, I don't know how much we're gonna move up.
But what are you saving though? What do you say? So, say for instance, you give Sacramento Emmanuel Quickly, Miles McBride, Quentin Grimes, and say the 11 pick for Jaden Ivey. Is that too much in your eyes?
What was it?
Grimes, Quickly, McBride, 11.
Oh, no problem. That can go. That's easy.
And a heartbeat.
Right.
That's easy. No Obi, no Quickly, no RJ, and no bunch of picks. That's easy.
Right. Because think about, in theory, when I say Grimes and McBride, those are 2 young former 1st round picks that get playing time on a playoff contending team. And I call the Knicks a playoff contending team because injuries ravaged us this season. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We didn't just lose because we sucked. We lost because we had injuries at point guard and at center that we couldn't overcome. Right. Nerlens Noel only played 26 games, and Mitchell Robinson was in and out of the lineup. Right.
Yeah,
he played a lot of he played a lot of times, but I think Mitch played probably at about 60% all year.
Right. Healthy, we were definitely better than some of them playing teams.
Right.
That's
right.
for sure.
Right. All right. That's what I'm getting at. So my deal is when we say no, don't add our assets into this trade. What it
Man,
sounds
they could have Obi, they could have Quickly.
No, man.
You want 2 first rounders. Those are, to me, those ain't. I like Obi. I like IQ. Love them guys, but they're right now look like role players. I don't see them turning into stars.
What
at
are we
the
calling
moment.
Freezy?
So why not include them in a trade?
I would. Obi, IQ, they can go.
For free,
You
Freezy likes
crazy?
to call them ham sandwiches.
And that's what they are.
Crazy? Hold on, man. CWC in that building, man. What's
Those are
good?
role
What's
players.
poppin'?
Those are
What's up,
role
CWC?
players.
Uncle Freezy, man, what you doing, man? Brainwashing these guys?
Those are role players.
Hey, CWC.
I'm the one that want to stay put.
CWC. The chat was
Nobody
all
traded
over you.
IQ
The chat
and
was all over
Obi?
you the other day. The chat
Those
was
are
all over
role
you the other
players.
day, man. You better be ready for the chat because they was all
Man,
over
I'm
you
ready right
yesterday.
now. What's up? Give it to me. What's going on, chat? What's going on, Pep? What's going on, Pep?
What's good, CWC?
To get Ivory, to get him, I ain't giving up no IQ or Obi. Check this out. If the Kings don't want this deal, hey, too bad. I would give up 2 first round, and I will give them some second round pick, and I might include like a young guy in there, like Grimes or somebody like that.
Well,
That's
the same
it,
thing.
man.
That's the same thing.
Where's the second rounders going to
No,
get you?
y'all talking about giving up IQ and Obi.
Yeah.
But you just said a young player.
What you say, Uncle Freezy?
But you just said a young player, and IQ is a young player, and so was
Well,
Obi.
Obi. You know the fans love Obi when he do them dunks. That's showtime. We need some showtime in the Garden.
All right, keep
We need some
okay, so-
showtime.
But
Imagine, check this out, guys. Imagine Ivy and Obi on the fast break.
That is fire.
Then you have McBride coming off the bench with IQ.
You got to give up somebody.
Now we have to get rid of these vets. We have to get rid of these vets.
CWC, you're looking at 3 picks, 11. You're looking at a Dallas pick and probably a future top 3 protected pick. And you're looking at one of Obi or Quickly. I don't buy even they'll take Grimes. It's one of Obi or Quickly. And that's what has to get it done. And I believe you got to do it. If that's the deal, because we fell in love for a while with Frank and Kevin Knox. We didn't want to move them for nothing. Where did that get us? Nowhere.
Right.
We held on to them and they were
Well,
garbage.
Ivy still had to prove
his.
He still had to prove his game because NBA and college 2 different games, man. He had to prove himself first. We don't know where Ivy got. We just see him in college.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
but you could have said the same thing about Michael Jordan. You don't know what Michael
Oh,
Jordan going to
here
do.
you
All you
go,
did is
Uncle
see him in
Freezy.
college.
How Michael Jordan getting in this picture, man? Come on,
But
Uncle
it's the same
Freezy.
thing.
College, he had the same
Third
tempo.
overall,
Oh,
third
my God.
overall pick. Third
In
overall
college,
pick guy coming out of college. Same
Exactly.
situation.
Right.
We're a
Same
team. Are we going to
situation.
trade up for him? Are we going to draft him? Is he worth it?
Same thing with John
Man,
Wall.
we can't give up a lot of people for Ivory, man, because we're gonna have to start back over.
We're not giving a lot. We're giving up picks and 1 or 2 young players.
That's why I don't want to give up RJ. Everybody else who does not have a ceiling of a star, you have to take that gamble.
You gotta take that gamble. Hey, does
This
anybody else?
because this
Does
guy look like
anybody
Josh
else?
Morant.
And
Y'all think he a star? This because he look like Morant.
Josh
Y'all
Morant.
think he a star?
Nah,
No,
this
hey,
this kid has a little bit of Morant, but there's different comparisons. Just people like
I
he
told
looks like
you.
Morant.
Nah,
Don't put him in Morant.
This dude is more Dwayne Wade, bro. But anyway, anybody else think Bill Robinson sound like Mark Jackson?
Yes.
Bill Robinson sounds like Mark Jackson. Like I legit think Mark Jackson is trolling us, bro.
Could be Mark. Oh, no.
I never heard that one.
Let's get coach.
Hey, Bill say, "Mama, there goes that man."
I never heard that one, man.
Nah, for real. If Bill say, "Mama, there goes that
Say-
man," I swear that's
say,
Mark
bro.
Jackson, bro.
Say, bro.
Mama, there goes that man.
Hey, Uncle Freezy, you gonna wear a suit for the draft day? You gonna wear that suit?
Hey, we appreciate. Hey, Rob, we appreciate that, bro. We just, we just having fun, bro. We just cutting up. You know
No
what I'm
doubt,
saying?
man.
Yeah. Actually, about the suit. He's gonna wear a suit for draft day,
you were
or you're
talking
gonna be you make it too upset in case we sit pat and draft like Sohan.
Hey, Madden, you were
I
talking
got a
about
question. Y'all don't like OB and Quickly as a tandem?
I love
Better long term, better than Jaden Ivey?
I rather RJ and Ivy as a tandem than sit and wait on Quickly and Obi to develop in 4 years to be a tandem, if even.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Ivy and RJ, because that'll be something that could be ready within 2 years if it's set right. Maybe even next year.
Hey, and can you imagine? Hey, and so here's the thing, Joe. Can you imagine a scenario where RJ Barrett is not double teamed going to the basket because you got to worry about a dude on the weak side of the floor that could come in and yam on you from the point guard or from the guard position?
Ooh.
Can you imagine RJ Barrett having clear driving lanes to the basket? And this is the reason why I'm on the Ivy hype train. It's not because I want to see spectacular dunks. It's because I understand that the Knicks backcourt, as currently constructed, is the worst backcourt we've ever had. This is the worst backcourt that the Knicks have ever seen. Think about this. The Knicks backcourt shot 40% from the floor, 38% from three, right? And we were 30th in the league in assists. So not only we can't shoot, we can't pass either. And we're saying save these guys. Hopefully they'll get better.
Hey, Freezy, this is what? To your point, I agree. And this is one of the things that Jaden Ivey is going to do if we were to get him. He's going to make the game easier
for everybody.
Once the game is made easier, then the numbers will reflect the change in the game. We need to make our backcourt easier to work on the offensive end. We need threats. Jaden Ivey would be a threat. You got to respect what he does. To Freezy's point, if RJ gets the ball and the lane is clear, that's easier. That's easy points for him. And you can't just jump in and double team him, because then you can pass it to Ivy and he's gonna come in and dunk on you.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can imagine RJ's sorry, DJ Cash. No, I was just gonna say, imagine you're looking at the players even around Ivy, three-point percentage for the whole team's gonna go up, because when you're looking at it, Ivy's too fast and athletic getting to the basket, and he's have to block it at the paint. Guys are going to be getting wide open shots left, right, and center. Imagine Evan Fournier next year, if he's still on the team with Ivy, would break the 3-point record again, because he'd be getting more wide open shots, better looks. Because then these guys have to close in on Ivy. They have to with his speed. The only thing is now is, can he develop a consistent pull-up? Because once he develops that pull-up, it's over.
Right.
It's over. It's over.
And to the point too, I just want to make this point real quick. People think that Julius Randle and RJ Barrett's 3-pointer fell off a cliff, and it did. But the reason why is not because those dudes' shot technique was terrible. It's because there was no threat going to the basket. So now you could stay glued to your man, right? At least when Elfrid Payton was here, Elfrid Payton can't shoot, right? But he was a threat to attack the basket, right? Which created more open looks for guys like Randall and RJ. But now that you don't have that guy, right, on the roster, you could just stay glued to your man. I don't have to help on defense, right? And so if you think about this, if you upgrade from Elfrid Payton to Jaden Ivey with the same people, right? When Elfrid Payton was doing it, we made the playoffs, right? Now think about what happens when you upgrade from Elfrid Payton to Jaden Ivey. Just attacking offensively, right? Now I know people will be like, "Well, Jaden Ivey better be such and such. Nah, man, listen. When you have an attacking guard on the floor that the defense has to respect, they have to help on defense because defense is a team thing. It's not a one-man show, right? Bruce Bowen was a great defender in San Antonio because he had Tim Duncan and David Robinson behind him, right?
Yep.
Nobody remembers Bruce Bowen all those years in Miami. Y'all remember Bruce Bowen all them years in Miami? Stop lying. Y'all remember Bruce Bowen before he got to the Spurs?
I remember Bruce Bowen because he got rings to show.
Yeah.
Hey.
Nobody remembers Bruce Bowen in Miami before he got to the Spurs, right? Nobody remembers Tony Allen with the Celtics, but y'all do remember Tony Allen and Posey and Gasol defensively in Memphis. Whoop that trick Memphis Grizzlies. Y'all remember that, right?
Yep.
So what I'm getting at is this, right? These guys, look, man, Jaden Ivey. I'm just gonna close my. Hey, listen, I gotta get something to eat real quick. Y'all want to hang out for a few minutes?
Yeah, let's hang
Yeah.
What
I'm gonna do is just go off the screen and get something to eat so we can do like another hour and a half or so. But I just want to take about 20 minutes and get something to eat. Can y'all rock by yourself?
Yeah, no problem.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Man, we can handle this, Uncle Freezy.
But all I'm saying, just make sure you be respectful of each other and don't talk over it. Y'all know how it is.
We're just talking about you, though. We're just talking about you. That's all.
All right, go get that ham sandwich.
Yeah, man. Two of them. I'm gonna get them in the draft.
Yeah, we're gonna trade back 10 spots and pick up 2 more.
What lines would have? Cam, would you guys trade Cam?
That's what's going to end up happening, boys. We're going to end up moving back.
I would love to do that. I would love for us to move back rather than trade a lot of assets to move up.
Would you put Cam in that package? Cam and 4 picks, 2 second rounds next year, flip this year's, and Dallas next year. Would you do that for Cam? Reddish.
Hey guys, we can't just look at Ivory. Who else y'all like, man, besides Ivory? Because we might don't get, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Matherin, and that would take less work. It would take it would take less picks. It would take less Matherin.
Yeah, if they wanted Matherin or Johnny Davis or any of them guys, I believe they can get up to 7 or 8 very easily and get one of them guys if they wanted.
Me too. I like Johnny Davis too, man. He could shoot, he could handle the ball, and he could fade away. He got a mid-range shot. I think he fit good than anybody else, man.
I like Johnny Davis. He's a dog. His defense is serious. I think he's going to be even a better defender than he was in college because he's gonna be less tired. He had the high 32% usage in college offensively. So with him now not having the ball as much, his defense is gonna be a lot better. He's a dog. Yep. My only worry is it's another unathletic 2 guard. Who's another 6'5", 200-pound unathletic 2 guard. And we have them already.
Yep.
My question is if we do get Johnny Davis, Quentin Grimes, RJ Barrett, like it's a logjam, isn't it? Wouldn't that make 5 shooting guards?
So once we get rid of the vet, it ain't gonna be no lockdown. So we got like 5 vets on this team. We got Derrick Rose, we got Kemba, and who else we got? Noel,
Burks,
and
Burks. I'm talking about
and Fournier.
I'm talking about 5 shooting guards. We got Evan Fournier. What else? Quentin Grimes.
But you say it's gonna be a lockdown, though. You say it's gonna be a lockdown. If you remove those guys.
Yeah,
we'll have IQ and McBride. We'll have Grimes, RJ, Cam, and then Davis. That'll be 6 players in that point forward type range right there.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
But check this out. We're going to need backup in case somebody get hurt, right?
I understand that.
You only need 5 of them, though.
Yeah, I understand.
That's the thing. It's hard because it's like these guys aren't multi-position. They're twos. Like Davis is a two, can at times play three, but he's a little short for the three position. And you look at RJ, to me, he can play the three, is playing the three, but should be playing the two. Grimes is a two, too small to play the three. So you're literally log jamming. It's not like these guys can play two or three positions. They're all one positional players.
That's what I was saying. Thank you, Joe. Like, that's what I was asking. Like, we got to get rid of some of our tools, right?
So let's go for Mathurin. Is Mathurin the three?
No, I think he's a two.
What's his real size? I'm hearing everything from he's 6'7" to the guy 6'3". What is his real size?
No, he measured in at 6'6" with shoes in the combine.
Yeah, I thought it was 6'5".
But the problem is he's athletic, but he's a little slow-footed on defense, and I think he'd be a big two.
That's another two.
I look at him as a guy who could be, it's not going to happen, but if he hit his ceiling, could be like a Klay Thompson type player with more athleticism at getting to the cup.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't think he can play the three. See, that's the thing is there's not a lot of. I want a big wing. We need a big like 6'8", 6'9", 3-4 lockdown defender.
So let me ask you that.
But guess what? You know that wing that you're talking about? You know that wing that you're talking about? Kim? He might be leaving. He might be on the trade.
Who?
Cam.
Cam's a big wing.
Yeah, that's three.
And that's what annoys me. I'd love to see Ivy, Cam, and RJ, but with the coaches, I think us moving up, Cam could be on the way out in some sort of trade if it's a move up or it's to get more picks or.
Hey, the Pistons just traded away Jeremy Grant. They might want Cam Reddish for real now.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
they just got rid of Jeremy Grant.
We need some height, though.
Yeah, we do need some size. The team's very small. And which to me is actually very impressive that the team seems to be finishing in the top 10 the last 2 years for a very short team. Like very top 10 of defense the last 2 years for a team that's very just small. You have Randall's 6'8", or like you've undersized player. The only player that like is a good size at his position is Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I heard on the rumor we might sign Mitch.
Yeah.
But Mitch, he don't want to play for the Knicks no more.
Mitch wants to get paid. Mitch doesn't care who he plays for as long as he's getting paid.
But hey, if y'all think about it, check this out. If y'all think about it, you know how these guys be on the contract waiting for their big money? That's when they play good. They wasn't playing good when they ain't had no contract coming. I don't like that one bit.
Julius.
And I think Mitch did the same thing too.
Contract year in an empty gym, fooled the Knicks, got an extension, and then bounced back to what he was his usual. Nerlens Noel is the type of guy that does that. He's been doing his whole career.
Julius did earn his contract. Julius did earn his contract.
Yes, he did.
In hindsight, it's easy to be mad at him ever since then, his productivity, but what he was doing prior to that extension, he was balling.
Yeah, he was balling, but I don't know.
You got to put yourself in that moment.
You don't
let a guy go who's balling for your team. He's not over the hill. He's balling for your team. You can either let him walk for nothing, or are you going to pay him?
I could give you a time where a team had traded away their best player, and the team got better after that. Y'all ready for who that is?
It happens. Bad teams do it all the time. Look, Vucevic. Orlando just traded Vucevic last year. That was the trade I wanted Randall to be in that year, was to Chicago. I wanted to flip him at the deadline when his value was hot. People thought we were saying thought I was crazy. That's what team, like Vucevic was the same thing. Vucevic looked good at the beginning of the year. Magic were losing. But Vucevic was the thing is Vucevic was doing it for years coming up to that. Randall was doing it for a year, and what annoyed me was you can't pay a guy off 1 year production, and teams do it all the time. You pay for what you expect a player is going, or players like that come in on a rookie extension. You pay them on what you expect them to do in the future. But when it comes to 27, 28, 29-year-old, why do you have to pay him on what he did, not what you expect him to do for the future? And that's what the problem was. You paid him on what he did for you, not what he's going to do for you. And now what he's going to do for you is leaving you in a cap situation trying to get off of him.
No, his contract is not too bad in these next couple of years. Compared to what the cap should be, his contract is not – we didn't exactly max him out or anything.
No, the contract's not bad. It's the player that's on the contract.
All right. He can give you 20 points as a starter. No, we're not expecting him to be first team again. We're not expecting him to be some star. 20 points as a starter, point forward that could shoot.
I'm not expecting him on this
For
team.
20 million, 20 million, that's not the worst investment.
But the point was, we're about to hear someone say, who did someone trade away their best player and became better? So who was that? What's this? I haven't heard that. Go ahead.
Monte Ellis on the Golden State Warriors. When they traded Monte Ellis, he was the best person on that team.
He was the best player on the team.
And that team was going nowhere, right?
Yup, because it wasn't the right fit. Even though they had talent at that position, he wasn't the right fit. And
they weren't winning. They weren't really winning either. The problem what happened with the Knicks was paying him and it was hard, and that's why I believe they did pay him and they didn't trade him because where they were winning games. If they had like a 3 or 4 game less, or they were closer to like the 7 or 8 seed that year, I believe they would have traded him.
I'm not gonna sit there and say Julius Randle is a bum or he's a scrub.
Exactly. Right. That's where I saw you going right there.
He's one of the most talented players that we have on the Knicks. I'm gonna be real. I just don't think he's the right fit for the type of playing style that he wants to play with the Knicks. That's all. I don't think he's the right fit for us. I think
I agree. He's not. He's the right. Even his what do you call it? His breakout year.
Yep.
The team wasn't really functioning that well offensively. It was more or less him just getting buckets. What I come to fell this year is just his shot wasn't falling, and now we're seeing it, but it didn't come out the first 2 years.
And our great defense last year, that year. So yeah, great defense, but its style does not match with our current core. So I agree. Trade our best player sounds crazy, but in this case, I think it would be a positive move, and I'm okay with going for Shaden Sharp and Liddell. Or anyone like that, or Sohan. And let's move Randall, a couple of picks, move up a little bit, and also get another later first round. And I'll fill Randall's spot right now with a dynamic, small guard, shooting guard, point guard type. And let's go for it, man. That's what I'm saying. No one's mentioning the Randall in these trades. I'm saying picks plus Randall. And let's make a move.
So let me. Oh, go ahead. I don't mean to cut nobody off.
No. Go ahead. You're good.
All right. So I'm gonna ask the panel a question, right? Jaden Ivey, is he the best fit as well as the best talent we could get for what y'all talking about trading our picks for?
But check this out though. Check this out. I'll get with you. If we get Ivy, right, we're gonna have to trade Randall. Cause Randall and Ivy ain't gonna see eye to eye. And Randall ain't gonna respect him because he's young. You know what I mean? To bring the ball down the court.
If Randall can keep his mouth shut from the beginning of the year to the trade deadline, and Ivy comes in as the starting point guard, and Randall can play off the ball at least a little bit more, and Ivy can get him better looks, Ivy will boost his trade value because I think he'll get more efficient.
You think Tom would start Ivy at the point guard, Joe?
Oh, they're not moving. He has to. If he doesn't, he'd be fired after opening night.
Okay.
And I don't think they'll move out without Tibbs being all in. Like Tibbs is probably Tibbs has to be all in and saying he's my starting point guard day one, or at least starting at the 2 and getting moved over to translate at the point at some stage.
Okay.
Man, if he play Burt 30 minutes next year, if Burt's here, he has to go.
Crazy. Okay, my quick question about Randall's value. What is Randall worth right now, and how much more can he improve in 6 months? I don't see a big difference. I don't care whether we
his trade value is not that high.
I know, but 6 months from now, how much more can it give us? Let's say right now, is he a number one draft pick trade, or is he not? And if
Jeremy Grant went for a late first, so I think so. I think you could get, like, if you wanted to. I don't know if Philly would do this, but say if you'd swapped for money reasons, you swapped Tobias Harris and Randall, and you got that 23rd pick. That's something that's realistic. But when people are saying, like, and I think a trade up a couple of spots if one of the teams at the top will bite, which I don't think is going to happen. But his value isn't like, I heard people saying, "Oh, we could get the 7th overall pick straight up for Randall." I was like, "That's ridiculous."
Yeah, that's not happening.
But they said the same thing about Jeremy Grant. Oh, Portland will give up the 7th overall pick straight up for Jeremy Grant. They give up a Milwaukee 2025 protected. So the value is a lot different than what fans think.
Yeah, that was a reality check. People got to look at that Jeremy Grant trade and realize Jeremy Grant might have even slightly better trade value than Randall at the moment, and look what they got for him. No, I'm not saying a team couldn't. They probably could have did better. I don't think they did that great just getting that pick for Grant, but Randall's value is not that different.
So here's the question.
But check this out, guys.
Randall's worth 23rd pick and Tobias right now. In 6 months, let's assume he does a little bit better than he did last year. What is his value going to be to get us something better than the 23rd and Tobias in 6 months? How much better will he be in 6 months? Is it worth it to risk that he'll sabotage the entire season to try to get 5 picks higher? 10? I mean, how much more can he improve his value? And that's my question about let's cut loose our losses right now. We'll go back to stocks. Sometimes you own a stock, it drops some, you cut it loose before you lose more, hoping that it's going to recover in 6 months. Or if it does recover in 6 months and you can make a little bit more, could you have made more money had you sold it right now and bought, the next, Google, where 6 months from now you made more by that trade? So the 23rd pick could be a cat, let's say Liddell, that 6 months of development is a better pick than where Randy can get us 6 months from now. Cut your losses, even though it looks like a loss because he's not worth much. That's my question. How much better can he be if right now it's Tobias Harris on 23rd pick? 6 months from now, what is he worth to you that will make that look like a bad deal?
Can I question?
Salary filler and 2 late picks. That's probably where you're getting at. You'll probably trade him at the deadline for the matching money, and some team might give two or maybe like a lottery protected first and then a top 20 protected first or something.
Next year, when we have 6 picks,
I don't think a team.
We don't need 2 more.
I wanna answer your question.
I get more picks for next year. I try to get more picks for next year. That's a very, very deep draft. That's why a lot of teams might be looking in this draft to trade out of this draft and pick up picks for next year.
So we're gonna have 8 picks next year. We're gonna draft 8 guys or 4 guys.
Well, we have them seconds. I think some of them seconds are going to be gone because they're going to have to use some of them to pair with Noel and Burks if they want to get off of money, unless they're using them in like as I said, like in a trade up or for a late first pick or something. But taking on salary with it. But I think what they said is if they want to get as they said they want to get off Burks and Noel without taking back much salary. They want to clear the cap space. For them to do that, they're probably going to have to give up like seconds to match with it. And I know for Kemba, if anyone's going to take Kemba, they're going to want at least 2 second-round picks.
Okay, go ahead. You're going to ask my question. Go ahead.
Your question.
I think the Lakers will get Kemba.
You can send him back to OKC. So here's 2 second-round picks for taking on Kemba's $9 million.
OKC ain't gonna want Kemba back.
They would to take on pick. Well, I don't know if they'd want any more picks.
And they don't want to get rid of Kemba. You remember? They don't want to send Kemba to the Knicks.
Yeah, because they took on it was a first-round pick they got from, and they traded Al Horford. And then the reason they cut him was because Kemba was making like $35 million. That's why Boston and OKC got rid of him. And then we were stupid enough to be like, yo, here, we got $10 million for you.
But let's keep it real. Let's keep it real, Joe. A lot of us fans was co-signing. They talking about anything was better than Alfred Payton. Let's not forget that.
True, that's true. No, you're gonna
I did. So you were playing 5-on-4. You were playing 5-on-4 on the court with Payton, so you couldn't shoot.
But listen,
hey, you know who I like in this break?
That's cold.
We killed Payton, but guess what? Payton made a playoff appearance with the Knicks, which no player's done, bar anyone on that team or any point guard has done for the Knicks in how long?
I agree with you, Joe.
10 years?
But
So
like
at
you
least
say, it was a quiet.
His defense helped us. And we lost. His defense was big loss. Was a massive loss.
I agree with you, Joe. All I'm saying was that's my issue with us. We look at somebody who could get a bucket or who has a reputation for getting a bucket, and we just trick ourselves out for them. Kemba Walker was one of them type of dudes. I agree. Even if Kemba Walker was healthy, he still wouldn't have been a good fit for us.
No, I think if healthy would have been a fit because he would have been able to. The problem is Kemba lost his step. Kemba can't get space to create his own shot. Can't get to the cup. Can't do nothing.
Who can he defend?
Therefore, he's finished. Like he can do it in spurts coming off the bench, but to play him 30 minutes a night was bringing him in. I agree, might have been a good idea at the price, but you bring him in and put him off the bench. You don't bring him in to start 30 minutes a night. Coming off two teams just got rid of him, and one team gave up. Literally said we'll take on $35 million for this guy not to be here, and the other team traded a first-round pick to get rid of him. And that was for a reason because he was done. His knee was finished.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, go back to my question, guys. I mean, again, I'm not trying to get to the Randall. I'm okay with him going. Not trying, but if I still want to know why would we not cut a deal right now? Because how much more really improve in 6 months that will add any more value? I don't see much more value coming in 6 months. Even if he plays at all-star level.
You know what? I would get rid of Randall. And know who I would get? I would get Holmes from the Kings, and I would get Barnes from the Kings for Randall.
Okay.
So Holmes could rebound, and he could score a little bit. And you know what Barnes could do. So I think they will make the Randall. I would get rid of Randall, and know who I would get?
You got an
I
echo.
would get Holmes from the Kings, and I would get Barnes from the Kings for Randall.
Hey, Will, I think you got an echo.
Rebound, and he could score a little bit. And you know what?
Somebody got to play in the background.
Somebody got the two devices going. Okay, so everybody agree that trading Randall now, his value is not relevant to how much he can improve in 6 months. Do you agree with that possibility that trading him now or 6 months from now is not a huge difference?
No, I understand what you're saying. Here's my thing about Randall. Whether we like him or not, he is the best player on our team, bar none. I also agree that he's not a right fit for us.
Right.
But my thing is this about Randall. His trade value was at his best last year when we made it to the 4th seed. And the Knicks had every intentions on trading that brother when they drafted Obi Toppin. I don't see any reason why Randall could get any worse next season than he already is now. I don't see. I believe in keeping Randall, building up his trade value, along with Cam Reddish's trade value. And if we are going to trade some of these pieces, trade them at their highest point. I don't want
how much higher than where they are now. I'm saying how much higher. I mean,
it could go lower.
Randall's
his
production
trade value could go lower. You'd have to move first because I think at some point it could go either way. Next year he could come back and be at least somewhat a lot better, and at least not having the attitude and the interactions with the fans and what all stuff. But in the first 10 games, if he starts off slow, the Knicks fans will drive him to a point with Ovi top him where he might walk out of arena, or he might put in the trade request. And when he puts in a trade request with a value low, you're going to move him, you'll have to move a first. So do you want to take
I
that
don't
risk?
know,
Do you
because
want to
Randall's
do
an all-star. We have to remember that. He's still an all-star.
Because they want him out.
Now, guys, let's go best case scenario. Let's just follow one direction first. Best case scenario, we trade Randall now for Philly's 23rd and Tobias Harris. Let's say that's his worth right now. Let's assume that not very high, but still there's some value there.
I think that's his best.
So let's say 6 months from now, he plays almost where he was, a year and a half ago. So he's doing well, no mental issues, nothing. He's working, and his value goes up. How much higher can it go where you're going to go, oh, Tobias Harris and this year's 10th pick? Is it going to be that much of an improvement where you're like, that's worth it? If it's only going to be 6 more spots, it's not worth it to me to wait 6 months to make the move. I'm saying sell your stock and cut your losses now rather than say, let's hope that 6 months from now, stock goes up $1 more and to make an extra $20.
His highest trade value was back when he was balling out. I don't think it's ever going to go near there. Right now,
if he was worth that, what would he be worth right now in a trade? The 7th pick, the 10th pick. If he was still,
I don't think we can get a first for him.
Yeah, I don't think we can get the first one, and I think if we do anything then other than the first, we're policing ourselves, regardless of Randall's trade value.
I think we have to utilize him right.
But Randall's still a 20 and 10 guy. Randall's still a 20 and 10 guy. He could give you 20 points and 10 rebounds.
We have to
can't
use
forget
him
that.
right.
And plus, he was an all-star. Too. So if we trade Randall, we better get something back.
Yeah, that's I'm not ideal for trading him for a first rounder because I don't think anybody's gonna give us no first round picks for Randall. If I'm trading Randall, it has to be for another person who can impact the team in a similar fashion Randall can.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not going to find that in a trade for him unless he has his best season and maybe even better. That's the only way that happens. And there's another year, maybe 2 years off of his contract. That's the only way that happens.
If I'm selling you Randall, Joe, if you're another owner and I want to sell you Randall,
you can't sell me Randall.
Listen to my
You know how we can improve his value? One way we can improve it is not by trying to get him to replicate that all-star season, but showing the contending teams that he can be a solid role player, a number 2 or 3 option. Trying to make him the point guard, superstar, score every bucket, and bring the ball up guy, no teams wanted that. We were probably entertaining offers when he was balling out that year. We probably didn't get any real good offers. We need to go into a season and use him in a different way. Let him be a stretch 4. Let's not make him the primary ball handler. That's probably the only way to raise his value. So the contending teams be like, you know what? He could play next to my star. He could be on a contending team.
I like that
idea. What is raise his value and how much is that? Because I'm still looking at, I bought IBM at $100 a share. It went down to 90, and I said, you know what? I'm going to sell right now, even though it's at its lowest value, and I'm going to go buy Microsoft. That went way up, even though it wasn't that good at the time. Or I can hope that I hold on to my IBM till it gets to $120 a share, and I could buy Microsoft after it's going off some. So again, how much more can you get better in value? Where making a deal right now, you say no. I'm just saying I'm okay with letting Randall go now, even at his low point, because his improvement in the next 6 months.
We might get a second round for him.
Value. But that's not worth it to me. I don't want another second round.
So then keep him and use him as a scoring power forward, a stretch.
That's what I think you guys are really bugging with. Like, we gotta add assets to get rid of Julius Randle.
Let's get him a real point guard. Let's get a ball handler that can take the ball out of
There's
his
no
hand.
need to give up assets. There's no need to give up assets to get off any of the contracts.
Hey,
We
hey,
have
Eddie,
4
you got
I'm
contracts
not
coming
saying
off
to
got
get
this.
some
rid of.
background
I'm
coming
not
in.
saying to do
Hey, Joe,
it,
Joe,
but I'm
Joe,
saying if his
Joe,
value went
Joe, man,
down, you would
Joe,
have to.
Joe, Joe. Hey, y'all, listen. Somebody you got some background coming in behind you, Joe. Can you hear it? You hear how we?
Yeah.
You hear that?
Is that me,
How
Freezy?
do I sound?
No, it's
Right.
Joe. It's Joe.
Yeah, it's
It's
Joe.
good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. There's
So
really no need to attach assets to any of the players that we have. And when it comes to Randall, I preach patience. It's like this guy has next year he starts the contract, and then there's 2 years after that. Obi's contract expires within another 2 years as well. So they're going to be around the same time where he becomes Julius Randle, becomes an expiring contract, and you have to re-sign Obi Toppin to his next contract. So, the New York Knicks are not a stupid franchise. This is all planned out, and they know what exactly how they're going through these things. So when the conversation is we got to attach something or we can only get a second round pick for Julius Randle, I think that's really short-sighted in the way that you guys are thinking, because there's
right.
really no need to do these things. You don't have to
But that's
attach
that's
a
not my
second
debate.
round pick to get rid of Nerlens Noel if he's an expiring contract this year. You don't have to add a second round pick to get off Alec Burks if he's an expiring contract
But
this
that's
year.
not my issue, though. My question is not that. My question is not whether or not we should or shouldn't trade him or what he's worth right now. My question is, why, if you have a chance to trade him, would you not do it? Because you think 6 months from now we worth so much more, and I don't think he's going to improve that much more. Where if you have a chance to make a deal right now, let's say threw him in an Ivy trade, where 6 months from now you said, okay, he's improved his value. It didn't change that much to make us go, we should have pulled the trigger 6 months ago. My question is not that we should trade him or shouldn't trade him.
Okay, to
or when
answer
we
your
trade him.
question, I wasn't giving an answer to your question. I really didn't hear your question. I was just
Right.
listening to the conversation that was going about giving up assets for players and this and that. But there's no need to go crazy and say, oh, we can't get this player. Like I think you said one of the trades was for like Tobias Harris. So you're basically getting off one power forward to add another power forward, and what you're really trying to do is let Obi Toppin get into that power forward slot and go from there.
I'll
Right?
take Harris, bro.
That was
Harris
one
is
of
a
that was,
beast.
but I did hear you say something about Tobias Harris.
No,
So then
threw out that
you're
he's worth Tobias.
you're thinking.
No, one
Let
second,
me
one second.
finish.
No,
Let me
one
finish.
second.
Right. Let me finish,
No,
sir.
you misrepresented my statement. Let me
Okay.
correct what I said first. Someone threw out Tobias in the 23rd pick for Philly. They threw that out as his.
Okay,
yeah.
that was weird. He just disappeared. I don't know what happened.
What the?
No, but what I was just saying, like with Tobias Harris, I was like showing for an example. The only way you would be able to get for Julius right now would be if a team wanted, say, you could get a late first, but Tobias Harris, you would have to do is matching
Let's
money.
take it back. Let's take it back a second. Okay, let's use numbers. Let's say Julius Randle is worth $100 million right now. Just pure. Just using pure analysis, analytical purpose. Let's say he's worth $100 million right now. In 6 months, it'll be worth $110 million, and is that worth it to wait 6 months for that extra $10 million profit? I'm not saying what he's worth or what he's not worth, or should we trade him or not. I'm saying when people say don't do it because he's not worth that much right now, and we can improve his value, I'm saying how much more in value will he improve where you will not make a deal right now, whether it's Julius or Cam or RJ, whoever.
Well, just to give it some
disappeared again.
context.
That's not me, y'all. He just
Just
disappeared.
to give it some context, Tobias Harris contracts for this year is $37,633,000.
I want to see that difference. That delta.
23 million I heard was Julius Randle's base salary for this
No,
year.
no, we're not talking about.
And then
I'm not talking literally, guys. Not literally. I'm talking about.
No, okay, I'm just giving it's all right, sir. I'm just giving like some facts here.
Right.
So in an actuality, Julius Randle has a 3-year contract that's worth the same amount of money that Tobias Harris has for 2 years. So
and the 23rd pick. But again, we're not,
and I believe he's 2 years younger than
I'm
Tobias
saying forget
Harris.
about the literal comparison. I'm saying give me a reason why. It's almost like freezing your car right now. If it's worth 50 G's right now, and you think in 6 months it depreciates some, is it worth to sell it now or wait 6 months? What's that delta? What's that difference where you won't make a deal to sell it right now? So I'm talking about, is it? I don't think it's worth it to say wait 6 months because yours will be worth more. I don't think it's going to be worth that much more to say don't do a deal, whether it's Julius or Cam or anybody else. I'm saying we should do deals that will make us better 6 months from now, not because we think in 6 months we can get a slightly better deal. So the deal I'm talking about right now is throw Cam, maybe with IQ and picks for Ivy, because I think in 6 months and a year, we will be much a better team. And 6 months from now, it won't make much of a difference in the value you can get for those guys. That's what I'm comparing. A literal comparison.
Who you giving for
No,
Ivy?
CWC don't have the mask on, and he disappeared. Okay.
Oh no.
The only thing that I would say with that comparison that you were doing with
went
the
back to his
cars,
planet.
with the comparison that you're doing with the cars, right? There's a big difference, right? Because when you're talking about the cars, like you're giving up like $40,000 to get yourself a brand new car of your money, right? And the car depreciates. So obviously in 2 years, 3 years, your car is going to be worth 30,000, maybe less, maybe $25,000.
Okay.
So that's when you're comparing the cars. This is basketball, right? So I'm going to talk in basketball terms. You didn't give up any assets to sign Julius Randle.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? You didn't give up a first round pick. You didn't give up any players. You signed Julius Randle outright. So now you're trying to get assets for a player because you don't like him anymore. And you're saying, oh, we can get a first round pick, maybe, or we can get this, or he's only worth a second round pick. All we did was just keep on paying him. We didn't give up anything for him. We just kept on paying him. He still has one of the better contracts. The kid is only 27. I think he's going to be 28 coming into the season.
Cap-friendly contract.
And it's going to be after this year, it's 2 more years, and he can be an unrestricted free agent because he signed a 4-year deal with a 4th-year player option.
A player option. Okay.
You know what?
So
But
he chooses if he wants to stay or he wants to go.
Let me just have Frieza clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying Julius Randle. Take the name off the jersey right now. I'm asking, if you have an asset right now and you say, right now he's worth X, but in 6 months we can improve his value, is the value that you have now, and again, I don't use houses or cars and stuff, but I could sell my house right now for 1.2 mil. I could wait 6 months to make 1.3 mil. But an extra $100,000 in 6 months is not as much as I could make if I put the 1.2 mil I sell it for now, in a bank account that's going to increase it in value to make me $250,000 and take all the stress off my back.
And then plus you can invest that 1.2 mil that you made straight away. I understand what you're saying. I understand the logic.
Saying. So I wouldn't wait 6 months if the difference is not big enough where I'm going to be like, oh, that's going to change our franchise or change the worth of that person. If that person, and again, not Julius, just a move we want to make now.
That's it.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. The move.
Yeah, I'm with the chat, man. I don't even want to talk about Randall.
Right.
I'm with the chat. I'm with the chat. I legit want to figure out what the Knicks front office is going to do within the next 24 hours, because in the next 24 hours, the New York Knicks will be on the clock.
TikTok.
Right.
Yep.
TikTok. Yep. The Knicks will be on the clock. Right. And so what I want to do, and not saying that I'm going to dominate the conversation, because, while I was busting down that vegetable sushi, man, I was busting down that vegetable sushi behind the scenes, y'all. But what I was listening to, which I was saying, and I was fascinated. Some things I was like, CWC had me lost, but it's not the only time CWC had me lost, right? In the direction that he was. But what I will say is this, though: if you have a clear need, a clear deficiency, a clear deficit, right, a clear blind spot, why not address it right now instead of trying to address it later on down the road, right? Because my deal has always been, if you have a weakness, address it, right? Like if you can't see, go get glasses. If you walk with a limp, get a cane. Right? The Knicks have weak spots, deficiencies everywhere. And I don't think just doing the status quo will make everything better, is what I'm getting at. Jay Boogie. Hey, Mr. Robinson sounds just like Mark Jackson, bro. Have you heard him?
I was riding. I heard him. You know what I'm saying?
That man.
I think Mark sound like that man right there, man.
Yeah, man.
Mark owe us some money.
Yeah, man. Mark
Right.
Jackson owe that dude some money, man. But,
Mhm.
but
I hear
so
y'all
Jay-
people rocking, man. I hear what y'all doing. Is just I was, in the mix of, doing some work in my truck and everything. That was gonna be too loud. But I hear what y'all rocking. But I'm like this, man. And this is all I care about. And when you said in the next 24 hours the Knicks will be on the clock, that's a good thing because it's 7:52. That means we almost on the clock early. So that means something is getting done.
that
You know
means
what I'm
we'll be
saying?
picking 4. Right. That's why I said that. Yeah. That's why I said that.
I'm quite sure everybody familiar with the movie Baby Boy.
Yeah.
There was a part. There was a part where him and his man was having a conversation, and he said to him, "Look around you, man. Look at everybody around us moving, and we standing here being broke. That's how I feel. We standing here being broke when we got this cheetah over here ready to come to this gym and run up and down this court. Man, them access, man. If it's not a force issue with RJ, I don't want to get rid of RJ. I don't want nobody to misinterpret what I said the other day. I'm just letting it be known that's what they probably would start on. But outside of that, I don't give a damn who we give up to get Ivy. I don't.
Right.
Look what
Yeah,
Portland
I said
just
the
did.
same thing. I said the same thing
Portland
to
just
Freezy the other day too, Boogie, about
Yeah.
RJ.
Right. Portland just fleeced Detroit. And they ain't give up no picks and got Jeremy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? People making moves. Leon, stop snoring on me. You need to make moves.
Right.
You need to make your moves, man. Stop being scared. Push the button. Because if you don't, it's gonna be like if you don't push the button, you're gonna be in worse of jeopardy. So you might as well go ahead and make the move. Do what you gotta do. Freezy Ben told us they Ben don't want IQ. Tibbs Ben told us Burks is the best guy. So they Ben told us they don't want IQ running the show. So what are we holding on to these dudes for? What are we holding on to Grimes and all that? Get rid of these dudes, man. Next year, basketball season gonna be off the chain. Because everybody gonna be healthy and everybody gonna be moving, and we gonna be standing there looking broke.
Right. Right.
And I have a hunch that it's not even gonna take IQ Obi, man. I think with Cam Reddish as the young player and a veteran like Evan Fournier is gonna be enough, plus the picks, obviously, right? It's gonna be enough to get it done. I don't even think, that can be like the standstill and they're waiting for the last minute to see if anybody else comes up with something. But at the end of the day, I think it's gonna be what we all think, Avi to the Knicks at 4.
I just don't want to see any blue chairs, orange chairs, or orange chairs
Orange
tomorrow
chairs.
night. That's all
Yes.
I'm saying, man.
Right.
Because a year from now, we're going to have 4 second-round picks, a first Dallas first, and we're going to sit there going, we've missed the playoffs again, and now we got
Again.
the number 11 pick.
We need to
Why
fire
did we go for that
Tibbs.
Ivy?
What is Leon Rose doing? Yep.
Right.
A year from now.
Exactly. Tibbs
A year
got
from now.
fired. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing. We'll
So,
fire Tibbs. So let's go ahead and don't make any move, and we get Tibbs off the record. We get Mark Jackson or somebody, Brian, somebody else on the coaching. I just don't want to sit here a year from now and go, why didn't we pull the trigger last year? So that rookie of the year, Ivy, is looking kind of nice. Oh damn, he made the rookie team.
Let me ask you.
MVP
Can I ask a final
I
question?
don't want to hear that next year.
Let me ask a final question. So, do y'all feel like we should win now? We should trade moves to win by next year.
No.
No.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think.
you
we're
mean
gonna
go
win
go
next
all
year.
in, go all in for a championship? No.
I don't think it's feasible that we're going to win next year. It's just the conversation is just starting to get the right players.
And Eddie C, let me do this. Let me reverse course on that, right? I'm gonna be the bad guy in this scenario. Okay. Y'all just bear with me. I'm gonna be the bad guy on this scenario. Don't go running to Knicks fan TV and be like, Uncle Freezy said. I'm just gonna be the bad guy in this scenario, okay? Yeah, because cats will do that. Cats will be like, CK2K, Uncle Freezy said. But anyway,
Uncle Freezy, I'm gonna tell Lucas. Uncle Freezy said. Lucas, Uncle Freezy said.
Luke. So this is me being contrarian to y'all, right? This is me being contrarian. Yes, the Knicks should go all in right now. Go win now mode. Right? I'm gonna read the super chat real quick and then I'm gonna get back into that. So Frank Corona says, let's say they trade for Ivy and move an unprotected 2023 pick. What moves are you willing to ensure we at least make the play-in? Yo, I'm gonna get to that, right? I want to get to. Thank you, hey Frank. Thank you for that. What I'm gonna say first is this, right? Just to be contrarian, right? Understanding this is not my main line of thinking, but just me offering an alternative to a conversation that's going 100 miles per hour in one direction. I just want to offer a counter to it. So don't get T-shirts printed up saying Uncle Freezy said, or don't show up outside of my house with torches and pitchforks, right? The Knicks trade for Kyrie Irving, sign Zach LaVine unrestricted in free agency, and go after Miles Bridges, unrestricted free agent.
Wow.
And this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Right? All right. So in the Kyrie Irving trade, if he opts in, you'll have to trade Brooklyn some assets. So what? Give them the assets. Give them quickly and give them Grimes and 2 second-round picks for Kyrie. I'll do that every day. Right? All right. Trade these veterans. Teams want our veterans. They just don't want to pay the highest price available. They want to pay bargain prices. Right? So negotiate. Pay them. And Nerlens Noel is valuable around the league, but nobody wants to pay Nerlens Noel's value on the open market. They want to pay Nerlens Noel's value price, right? If his salary comes off the books, pay it, right? Nobody wants to pay Julius Randle the 15% trade kicker and all that stuff, $25 million a year in that first season, right? You know what? Trade him. If that means you clear up, because with all the veterans together, they make $92 million, right? You can legit bring in Kyrie, Zach LaVine, and Miles Bridges for less than that. For less than you're paying Randall, Fournier, Rose, Kemba, Noel, Taj, right? Altogether, though, all them dudes I named make more money than you would be paying Kyrie, Zach LaVine, and Miles Bridges in that 1 year, of course, in that first season. Now, if I ask you if you would be satisfied with a roster that looked like Kyrie at the 1, Zach at the 2, RJ at the 3, Miles Bridges at the 4, and journeyman centers at the 5, Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee, Bismack Biyombo, would y'all say that roster right there looks better for the next 4 years than this young core and vets that we have been putting together?
We don't know.
Yes, it does.
You said Miles Turner. Miles Turner is injury prone.
No, not
Miles
Turner,
Bridges.
Miles Bridges.
You said Miles Bridges?
Miles Bridges.
Yeah,
He's a restricted free agent with Charlotte. Charlotte's trying to clear cap space to re-sign him right now. Right? Say we can get Miles Bridges on a 4-year, $100 million deal. Would you do that?
I would.
Yep.
Right? And say you get Zach LaVine on the max, whatever Zach LaVine's max is, 4 years, whatever it is, right? To go with RJ Barrett and Kyrie Irving. Would you do that for the next 4 years or stay the course on a rebuild with Grimes, McBride, Quickly, Cam, Obi, RJ, Farron Hunt, Rokas Jokovitis. Which one would y'all prefer? And so let me highlight this thing real quick from Frank. Let's say they trade for Ivy and move to unprotected. Okay, not that one. I thought there was another one. Hold on.
I'm a Zach super fan. So I like Zach on this team. Zach LaVine. But as far as Kyrie Irving goes,
now who do you prefer, Zach LaVine or Quentin Grimes?
Zach LaVine.
Okay.
The only thing is, I don't know if we'll have enough money for all four of them, because all four of them are going to command $100 million contracts.
They're command money.
But you're not paying them $100 million all in 1 year. You're not.
But you're going to be paying 30 million. You're going to be paying 30 million for basically all four.
But you paying 100 mil right now for 7 players.
So what you talking about, like winning a title for like 1 year or something?
Huh?
And then being like, you're talking about like renting out a title for like 1 year?
No, that would be a 4 year. That would be a 4 year thing.
Okay. Let me do this. Because Don P just fell for my trap.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the trap. Don P just said, "Hey man, so you just gonna win 1 championship and then we gonna be back in the lottery for the next 10 years?" Hey, guess what, Don P? You've been in the lottery 9 out of the last 10 years without a championship. Right?
So you okay with that?
So I agree with that. I say get while the getting is good.
Oh,
right. Don't tell me you're gonna come into this. Don't tell me the beat is hot right now, but you're gonna come in tomorrow to spit these bars. Nah, bro. If everything right, the beat is hot, the vibe is right, spit them bars right now. Right? Mm-hmm. You know, because you mess around and let Uncle Freezy get in that booth, ain't no going back after you. You gonna have to. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You let Uncle Freezy Uncle Freezy and Cully get in that booth, it's a wrap. Right? And so what I'm getting at is this. I would prefer 1 championship and 10 years of lottery than 20 years of lottery.
At the risk of what though? At what price, Uncle Freezy?
It don't matter because I'm getting drunk as hell. It don't matter because I'm getting drunk as hell at the championship celebration.
That's right.
It don't matter. I'm gonna be drunk as hell in front of MSG, passed out probably.
Yo, I understand we have every right to be desperate because we keep losing, but we can't be that desperate
for a championship.
That bad.
Okay.
At the end of the day, I say yes.
I'll tell you what. Wait 50 more years for championship then.
I'm with you on that, Freezy. I would go that route if I'm able to do it, and if it's fiscally possible.
To do it,
I would do it.
And we guaranteed to win a chip. And you know how and how I know that getting close is key. Kyrie Irving already been to the finals twice. Kyrie Irving is a championship level point guard, right? And you take a young bull, no pun intended, like Zach LaVine, and add a Hall of Fame point guard next to him, and he gets you to the playoffs. You know how I know? I saw Chris Paul do it with Devin Booker. That at least gets you to the Paramount, bro. I mean, come on, man.
Uncle Freezy, you know you can sell doodle pops and make it sound like they on chocolate pops, right?
Hey, take this fudge. Take this fudge.
Hey, Freeze, I just got 2.
That was nasty.
Yeah, that was. I got 2 askings, man. Then I got to do this paperwork, man. Get this bread. Got to get the bread. But my 2 questions is, 1, because we don't gave all them people that money, and RJ is here, and this is his team. How much you gave RJ, or what are you giving RJ? And number 2 is, who the hell is in the office that's thinking like that?
And we ain't got nobody in the front office thinking like that, for 1. And 2, and two, I'm giving RJ Barrett the average salary of an all-star at his position. I'm not giving him the max. Right? I'm not giving him the max. Right. I'm gonna say, RJ, look, we expect you to be an all-star, right? So we are offering you the annual average salary of an all-star at your position. So who knows? Is that 24? Is that 31? Is that 34? Is that 36? I don't know. but to appease RJ, because ultimately this is RJ Barrett's team. Ultimately, right? When Kyrie get older, when Kyrie, Kyrie and Miles Bridges are going to be around this. I mean, not Kyrie, but RJ and Miles Bridges are going to be around the same age, right? They're gonna be. That's going to be your young core going forward, even after Zach LaVine leave. Your young core is RJ Barrett and Miles Bridges, right? And then you draft every year to go with RJ and Miles Bridges after you win that championship, right? And so you asking me, am I willing to sell my soul for one championship so that me and Fat Joe can be celebrating, going man, me and Fat Joe walking down the street, drinking out the same champagne bottle, smoking cigars, bro. We listening to Jay Boogie rock the celebration song after the Knicks win the championship. Are you kidding me?
Freezy. Can I give some pushback, please?
That's like an
or
old
Freezy
right there.
I gotta take care of this.
Could have just worked
don't
out.
leave, Boogie. Wait. You're gonna want to hear this, Boogie. You're gonna want to hear this. Or would you take Jaden Ivey this year, have a bad year this year, and take Scoot Henderson next year? RG at the 3, OB at the 4, Mitchell Robinson at the 5, and IQ coming off your bench as the 6th man.
I love
because
Scoot
that's
Henderson,
also
right?
possible.
I love Scoot Henderson, but Scoot Henderson is not Kyrie Irving. I love Scoot Henderson, bro, but he's not. He's not that. Like you're telling me that my backcourt
And you'll be able to have a dynasty. You could be able to have a dynasty for about 6-7 years.
I want to ask you, Uncle Freeze, in the panel and the rest of the chat. Y'all willing to win? Y'all willing to sacrifice the future in a dynasty, like how Brooklyn did with Paul Pierce, to win one title or to compete? Because winning a title, that's not even guaranteed. But y'all willing to risk our future just to compete? Y'all willing to do that?
But the alternative is rocking with IQ and Quentin Grimes.
We still got wiggle room to work. We still got wiggle room. We still got options to make moves.
Yo, so I'm here's a Freeze's saying. Freeze's saying, Freeze's rolling the bar. Freeze's saying, I'm sitting back in the bar, saying who they attracted with that line? What's the name? What's the sign? As soon as the body of the wire, you're gonna steal from behind. That's Freezer right there. To roll up and let's roll out here with little C's. I get back to the crib. That's what Freezer's trying to say. He wants to call him Big Papa. Come on, man. We're not trying to just chill in the bar and hope we can get a honey. We're gonna wait for you to be like, nah, stop this chit chat. Let's roll out of here right now. Get back to the crib. And you know what it's gonna be doing,
eggs, and which is great. Compensate for a few, because in a few we gonna do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? True.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. We're not trying. You take your shot, you miss it. Very unlikely, but we're gonna get a shot though, rather than trying to sit there making little random lines. What's your name? What's your
Would I sacrifice? Would I sacrifice 10 years for one championship? Yes.
For a chance at a championship. For a chance. We're talking about Kyrie.
I'm talking about for a championship. I'm talking about just for a championship. Right? Just
right,
for a championship.
All right, y'all see what Brooklyn did, right? There's no better scorer than KD. There's no better point guard. There's no better combo guard than Kyrie.
And they're swinging and missing right now.
Did they have a big four?
Come on, man. You moving the goalposts, man.
Nah, because I named you 4 players. Hey, Bill Robinson, didn't I say Kyrie Irving and Zach LaVine in the backcourt, RJ at the 3, and Miles Bridges? I mentioned 4 players, right? I did that right in the beginning.
Yep.
I'll take that lineup over Brooklyn's right now.
Oh yeah,
right. That's my point. That's my point. So what Don P said just now, all I'm gonna say is objection, Your Honor. Misdirect. Objection, Your Honor. Misdirecting the witness.
So I mean, hey, I guess it boils down to a difference of philosophy. That's all. I understand you've been a Knicks fan longer than I've probably been alive. You know what I mean? So you want to see the Knicks at least get one championship. I get that. Right. I just want the Knicks to when they do get success, sustain it. work of a foundation and build off of that. I know some of us is impatient, and we got a right to be, but that's what's messing us up.
The opportunities to take a swing are gonna come. We can't just take the first one that comes, though. We do. It's gonna be there. As long as you got the assets, chance to take a swing, it's gonna come.
The chance to
We
get
can't.
swing. I'm going
We
to challenge
can't take
that.
any swing.
The chance to get swing. Biggie, what
Those come along.
Freezer's saying we have the money right now to buy the car cash.
And
or we can go to the auction and try to bid and hopefully get a chance to at least take, get
and
that
buy
nice
5.
ride.
Yeah, what are you gonna buy your new car cash, or you gonna go to the auction and buy 6 cars and hopefully 3 of them will be running?
So what you telling me? Y'all telling the elders? I'm not gonna call y'all old heads. The elders is telling me y'all willing to mortgage our future, so y'all can see one championship.
Yeah. All
and then
or nothing. All or nothing. That's what
for
I'm
years to
hearing.
come. Like that's what y'all telling me?
No. It's not just that. It's when the opportunity presents itself, you do that. I'm not saying go start
Right.
chasing. Zach LaVine is not an unrestricted free agent every summer. Miles Bridges is not a restricted free agent every summer. Kyrie Irving is not available via trade every summer. So I'm not saying do that or players comparable. I'm saying in a perfect storm scenario, then you should take advantage of the wave. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying there. Notice I didn't say just go out and get such and such. Trade for Giannis. Trade for nah. Kyrie Irving might be available via trade. That's what we heard. Zach LaVine, no doubt, is an unrestricted free agent, right? No doubt. Miles Bridges is a restricted free agent, no doubt. These things are true. These are not scenarios. These things are real. So what I'm saying is clear this cap space, upgrade your talent. That's all I'm saying. Upgrade your talent. Is Alec Burks and Evan Fournier as good as Zach LaVine?
No, never.
No, of course not. No.
So why
Absolutely
keep
not.
him when you can upgrade and get Zach LaVine?
We
right now,
could definitely get Zach LaVine.
we got 4 kings right now. We got 4 kings. We're sitting there with 4 kings. We could be beat by by let's say a royal flush, right?
A royal
4
flush.
aces. We can be beaten by 4 aces or a royal flush. We can be beaten by that.
Right.
However, if you got that 4 kings right there, the opportunity for that to be push the money all in, that's when you push it all in. You don't sit back going, man, I could lose. Let's put a little bit in. Let me put half the pot in. No, man, let's push it in right now because that opportunity, like what you talking about right now, is a perfect storm that will not happen again for 5 more years. But getting Scoot next year, even getting Ivy this year, is waiting for that inside pocket, that inside straight. We're not gonna wait for the inside straight, man. We gotta be like, man, it's possible. It's very likely with talking cards.
Right.
But man, that 4.
But I'm not getting ready to push all in. I'm not getting ready to push all in, and all I got is 2 4s.
Let me give you a
have 2
scenario.
4s, and they thinking, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna turn this 2 4s into a full house.
I'm gonna Uncle Freezy. If Kyrie is unrestricted free agency and he asks us for $35 million for 4 years, you doing that?
Yes.
At 34 years old?
No, he not 34, bro. He just turned 30.
He just 30?
He's 30.
Yeah, he just turned 30.
So
He just turned 30 in March.
So you giving him $35 million for 4 years?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Zach LaVine, how much he's gonna ask for? He's a superstar. I think he's gonna ask for around the same amount, 35, right?
Like 37, 30, like 30, whatever the top notch guys in his position make. He gonna ask for more than that, right?
And
And
how-
he probably get like 2 or 3 mil more than that.
2-3 million. How much you think Miles Bridges is gonna command?
4 years, 100 million. 4 years, 100 million.
So about what,
25
20, 20, right? 25, right? 20, 25?
Yeah, I said 95 mil right there.
Do we have that money
95.
though?
Yeah,
When
because we
we
got it
get
right
rid of
now
those
tied.
cuts.
We got it right now tied up. We got 92 mil tied up in the veterans.
We're paying 3 guys who have not played all last year. We're paying Kemba, Noel. I mean, who else? Rose. And then 3 guys who didn't even play for us for 60 games. And when they did play, they weren't playing at their peak. We got a cat, we got Randall, sorry, we like him. 2010 5 guys, solid.
We
But
had
we
we had
any of those
30.
three guys.
Hey, and then Anthony, hey, and this is the kicker. This is the thing that really set me off, right? We was paying $6.5 million to Joakim Noah last year.
Exactly.
And we talking about money. Yeah, we talking about money,
Money.
and we was paying Joakim Noah in the last year of the stretch provision $6.5 million, and we are talking about not paying Kyrie.
Do you know
Phil Jackson stink.
Do you know Dolan's net worth is? Do you know Dolan's net worth is? Do you know Dolan's net worth? Just his personal net worth, not the entire organization.
Right.
Have we even exceeded the salary cap to pay any taxes at all?
Right.
I'm not even saying do that, but we're saying we should be capped out, which is we are anyway right now, with 4 guys sitting on the bench, 1 guy who hasn't been playing for us, hasn't played for us in 4 years. And we're saying, oh, should we spend $95 million for 3 guys who could be our 4 kings, ready for us to go? Let's see if we can win this chip right now. Yeah, of course we can lose that chip. Someone could pull a royal flush. Golden State's right there. Golden State, right? Maybe they may have 3 aces.
But
how did Golden State get there?
Here's the thing, and here's the thing. So I'm gonna knock the young guys just a teeny bit, right? I'm gonna knock the young guys just a teeny bit, and not out of disrespect, but out of love, right? If you have never been there, you don't know what this experience is like, right?
Oh, yes.
The young guys don't know what it's like for your team to advance from round 1 to round 2 to round 3, right? They don't know what that's like because they hadn't been there to see it.
You be too nice, Freezer. You be too nice.
And
how
so,
they feeling last? How they feeling last year? We made the playoffs, and we here. We
bing bong, bro.
Bing bong.
The Knicks was the 4 seed, and we was like bing bong, celebrating, and all this stuff in the street.
NBA finals.
What I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is we are trying to be a little conservative because of the situation that we've been in, the perpetual rebuild that we've been in for 20 years, right? But if you tasted a little bit of playoff success, the mindset would be different. Like if you tasted, like say for somebody that's 30 or thereabout, right? You got your one playoff, the playoff run with Carmelo, the Knicks tape era. You got the Knicks tape era, and you got the big We Here era, right? But aside from that, what else do you have? You don't have nothing. All you have is Stephen A. Smith bashing you on ESPN every day, right? But if you are old enough to remember the Knicks being considered contenders in the East every year, you don't really get in that mindset of that we should wait until next year. Because when we had Pat, we knew that on a superstar, the clock is ticking. Like RJ Barrett is not guaranteed to be playing at a such and such level, you know what I'm saying, for such and such amount of years, right? You know you only get a limited chance to be respectable. And when that window closes, you're back in a rebuild, starting all over again, right? And so if you're a Knicks fan, instead of saying, hey, nah, we good, we'll just wait. We'll wait a year or two. We'll rebuild. We'll wait. We'll wait 2026, man. We'll make our run. In between now and 2026 is 4 seasons of losing. Right?
Who are the two winningest franchises right now in basketball history? Celtics and Lakers. Yep. Which of them have gone more than 5 years without making some serious moves to be back at that level?
None. Nobody. They won every year.
The Yankees. I'm saying sorry for you. The Yankees. Every time we don't make the playoffs, we are
somebody getting fired.
Somebody getting fired. Don't make the playoffs, man. We're looking for the ring every year. Right. We can't say. I mean, yeah, we should build steadily, and we've been doing this year. But man, when you guys taste that, when you go to the finals with Houston, it hurt. But man, just to be there was a different. Man, your life, it changes everything, man. New York is alive. See, New York is alive. Bing bong.
Right.
We here. Oh,
right.
Man, you don't know what it's like with every borough. People on the streets.
Right.
watching the game, every bar is filled. Man.
Yep. And so to all the young guys in the chat, I'm not bashing y'all. Y'all know it ain't nothing but love. But the thing is, I had to establish my perspective. Because right now I sound like a crazy old man, right? That's what I sound like right now.
I'm right there with
right?
you.
But I had to establish my perspective because I understand y'all's perspective because I respect it. You know what I'm saying? I respect the fact that guys are saying these other teams did it this way, so why can't we do it like they did it? I understand that and respect it. But what I'm saying is I already been through this young core scenario. I already been through the Mike Woodson, Bill Cartwright, Michael Ray Richardson young core. I already been through the Darryl Tucker, Rory Sparrow, Trent Tucker young core. I already went through the Pat Ewan, Gerald Wilkins, Mark Jackson, Rod Strickland, young core. I already been through the Charlie Ward, Hubert Davis, Monty Williams young core. You feel me? I already went through the Nate Robinson, David Lee, Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins young core. You know what I'm saying? I already went through the Kristaps Porzingis, Kevin Knox, Jerry and Grant, Frank Ntilikina young core. And now I'm in a Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, Quentin Grimes, Miles McBride scenario, and y'all are telling me, oh, no, this young core is going to be different. I'm sorry. Experience tells me that you have to be lucky and good for your young core to take off, right? And a lot of scenarios, we have not been lucky, and a lot of scenarios, we have not been good. And you're telling me that right now we are both lucky and good, but can't show me where we are lucky and good at.
We have a chance right now, Freezer, to buy, be in a mansion in Benz's, giving ends to our friends, and it feels stupendous. I mean, tremendous dream. I mean, F a dollar a dream. Forget a lottery, son. F a dollar a dream. Okay? I'm just saying, man, it feels stupendous to be that mansion in Benz's, man. You guys got to get into that ride one time. Chill inside a, Benz, drop-top Benz, and cruise to your mansion. Have that swimming pool with an infinity pool looking over like I'm in LA, so I'm looking at Malibu, looking at the Pacific Ocean. It feels stupendous when you're living that life, son. Okay, I mean, I stayed at the Beverly Hills Hotel, at the Bel Air Hotel. I stayed at Motel 6, and man, I'm telling you, it feels stupendous when you're killing that ride and you give it ends to your friends and just chilling while everybody's going, who that? Can I get in?
Now
When
we
the Knicks
have
are coming to Nels. The Knicks are coming to Nels. By the way, I bounced at Nels for a couple of nights for fun. And man, when Mason was coming through, Derek Coleman. I mean, I'm talking about he was the Nets at the time, but all these players, Derek Jeter rolling up, and the red velvet ropes there, and you go, "Yo, sorry, you can't come in, but you come right through." That feeling of being like, walk right through, come on in. Oh, it feels stupendous. You don't know that feeling. So, youngins, I know you don't feel that yet, and you want to build to that. But, man, we want that because we have a chance to buy that mansion and Benz cash right now and not try to drop that dollar, on the lotto and hope we get that dream come true.
Hey, so let's let the young let's let the other fellas chime in then. And so Bill Robinson, are you saying that maybe I'm out of touch with what I'm thinking, or
I wouldn't say out of
respect what I'm thinking?
No,
just
I definitely
disagree, or
I don't think you could really disagree. I respect where you're at. It's it's been a while. We need something to celebrate, not just making the playoffs.
Right.
So I fully understand that stance, that perspective. But we have traded away a few of those young cores that we did establish. And we took a few swings, and we've got known as the team that takes swings at the hottest star out there. And we kind of just fell on our face a few times.
Like the Michael Jordan scenario in '96.
Oh man,
your go-to is Mike. I see. Your go-to is Mike.
Nah, because Mike was a free agent. Remember, Mike was a free agent in '96, right? Remember that?
He was.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, the Knicks was like, well, if you can't beat them, join them, or if you can't beat them over there, have them join us. Because we were going to try to get Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan. Remember that?
Right. Yeah, but I don't think I think we're building right, and the right opportunity comes, you got to take it. You do have to take it. I don't want to continue to acquire assets for no reason, but I think we've done a good job the past few years. We got our picks up, got some young talent that other teams might want.
Right.
But for the right opportunity, we got to be ready. I don't want to just take a swing for the sake of it.
Right.
Yeah, we've done that a couple times.
Right.
But for the right guy.
So we've done that, and we've done that way back in the past. Like that. We did that in the granddaddy generation, but we ain't done that recently though.
What about Melo? Melo might be the last time we jumped out the window.
That was 12 years ago though.
Damn, it feels like yesterday. It feels like yes.
Because we were still paying for it until today.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah, but
we're still paying the Joakim Noah contract from that team.
12 years ago?
I feel like we still are, Yeah, we're still paying for some of those moves around there.
The Antonio McNice thing was 20 years ago.
We done 10 guys for one guy. We're right now saying let's move 6 players for 3 stars. 1 franchise changing, potentially 2. Zach and Kyrie could transform the landscape of New York for the next 10 years. At least 4 with Kyrie. So I'm just saying it's a 3-player move with solid pieces around them. Not a empty the cupboard for 1 cat. This is a little bit different for me right now. And
I like Zach and Bridges. I like Zach and Bridges.
I know.
You know my stance on Kyrie. I'm not exactly the biggest Kyrie fan at the moment, but Zach and Bridges I do like.
I understand.
Yeah, and so what I'm getting at though is this, like, the thing I'm getting at is a lot of times we get enamored with not messing up. You know how like at school you used to have the school play, and some people were so nervous about messing up that they forgot about what kind of applause you get if you be dope. Like with me, I was always the kid. Like as a kid, one of my favorite entertainers was a dude named Jackie Wilson. I used to think Jackie Wilson was the coolest joker that ever lived. Jackie Wilson had this move where he would slide back to the mic and do his hair like, and them girls would just faint, boy. You know what I'm saying? And so I used to always be like, if I ever get in a school play, I'm gonna be Jackie Wilson, right? My homeboy, who was talented, right? My homeboy, who was talented, he used to always be nervous in front of people. He was smart. He used to always be on the 8 honor roll. He never got less than a 97 on none of his tests, but he was cool, right? He was like one of our homeboys. He was just smart. Don't judge it. He was just like he was a regular dude, like one of the homies, but he was just real smart intellectually, whatever. When they put him in front of the microphone, see, like I rock the mic all day and night. Y'all know Uncle Freezy will turn this thing on, get on YouTube, and I'll talk. And I'll walk around this room and all kind of stuff and all that. And people be like, man, it ain't like he ain't paying nobody no attention. I'm comfortable being in front of people, right? My homeboy was not. Right? What I'm getting at with all of that said, what I'm saying is I'm not afraid to make this move.
Right.
When the lights are the brightest, I'll step in front of that microphone and I'll be the Uncle Freeze's closest thing to Jackie Wilson you ever seen in your life. Right? You know what I'm saying? But others don't feel that comfortable. And I think that's where Leon Rose is at. He's not comfortable in this situation when the lights are the brightest. He's a behind the scenes dude. He's mafioso. He don't want to be out in the spotlight. He want to operate from behind the scenes. But guess what?
He said we were going to acquire picks, get our assets up for a while. So far he's came through with that. Spent a few years.
What first round picks did he acquire though? What first round picks did he acquire?
I'm just talking about not wasting them or getting rid of them.
Oh, okay.
For a while, we just constantly didn't have our picks, or we had back of the round picks. So now, if we're bad, we finally get to use our picks.
That was Isaiah Thomas getting rid of those picks.
I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna come out. I'm breaking. I think
all I'm saying right now is this: You know, we're saying right now that we're saying foolish pleasure, whatever. You know, I have to find a buried treasure. You know, if there's exams I have to measure, we're okay with doing that. We're okay with going. However, we're feeling better now, better now. I'm just saying, we like Biggie, man. We want to feel that pleasure, and we'll search for that buried treasure, no matter whether you call it foolish or not. Once in a while, we take a little step out on the edge to find that treasure and to live it so it can be like drop top VMs, you know? I'm the man girlfriend. I'm just saying, that's how we want to live right now. And I understand, Biggie, how you feel. I'm okay with youth movement, though. I'm okay either way, but I'm okay with taking a chance. If you can make
strike
those
when
moves,
it's hot.
take the chance.
The opportunity is going to come.
Right.
It always does. You just got to know when to strike and be calculated with it. I don't want us to just swing at the whatever's out there, whatever we can get on some real desperate, wait.
Because if I was the other team, man, I'm taking advantage. If I feel like y'all desperate, I'm gonna fleece each
That's
and
the
every.
worst thing. Yeah, don't seem desperate. Then you start getting them.
But
You end
here's
up
the question,
fleeced.
though. No, correction, though.
don't.
He's not saying we're going to get fleeced. Freeze is okay with letting all 6 of those cats go.
Right.
For a ham sandwich, right? Or even
Right.
just for the bread. We just want to get the steak in between those slices right now. And there are 3 slices of steak. There's actually a shrimp, there's a lobster, and a steak out there. And we're like, let's catch those 3, let all those ham sandwiches go for whatever it costs us, because that's going to cost us everybody else. Just those 5 or 6 cats. Get them all for our books.
Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that starting lineup in Brooklyn? Derwin Williams, Joel Johnson, Paul Pierce, KG, Brook Lopez.
And Brook Lopez.
Yes.
Right.
Oh my
You
goodness.
remember that?
Gerald Wallace coming off the bench. Gerald Wallace coming off the bench.
Wallace coming off the bench.
Oh, Wallace.
What did that cost them?
Everything.
Yeah. But basically,
That
KG and
cost
Pierce
them
were washed,
everything.
though. KG and Pierce were washed, though, man.
And here's the thing.
Oh, they got one more good season in them. They have one more good. They actually made it to the playoffs. They produced.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. We compare ourselves to Brooklyn as if Brooklyn is trash, right? Brooklyn in this millennium, Brooklyn has been to the playoffs more times than the Knicks. They have been to the NBA Finals more times than the Knicks, right? And
They're
so
not the
to
Knicks,
point,
though. They're not the Knicks.
I understand that. I understand that because Brooklyn, y'all definitely ain't the Knicks.
I'm going to
That's
slander the
for sure.
Nets every chance I get. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
And
sorry.
I'm with you, but you can't knock the fact that franchise made the NBA Finals 2 years in a row with Jason Kidd, Vince Carter, Richard Jefferson, Kenyon Martin.
Well, that's like
right?
20 years ago, man.
Yeah, but that's this millennium. What has the Knicks done this millennium?
Not much.
This millennium is 22 and a half years old, right? What have the Knicks done in 22 and a half years?
2013 would have been our year right there. If it wasn't for that darn Hibbert and that vertical.
That's what I'm saying.
Thing coming out, you know what I mean?
We've been the guys going, what's your name, what's your sign? That's what we've been doing. We've been like, what's your name, what's your sword? That's what we've been doing, sitting there.
That was the year Dale Smith won 6th man of the year. He was focused.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, man. So I mean, to say let's not be them, to me, ain't fair to Knicks fans. I would say to Knicks fans, yeah, let's not be them, but let's be the best version of ourselves today. Let's not. Hey, Danny Landis, you remember that milk commercial? This is what I look like today, but I'm drinking milk. And in a few years, I'm gonna be. I don't want to be that, bro. I don't want to be that. You remember that?
Yes.
Hey, Anthony. Hey, you remember that commercial? This is what I look like today, and they show a little wimpy kid with braces and pimples and stuff. And then, but in a few years, and then they'll flash to Brad Pitt. I don't want to do that, bro. I want to try to be Brad Pitt today, man. I want to try to be Idris Elba today. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait 20 years, right? Because somebody told me 5 years ago that in 4 years, Frank Ntilikina is going to be an all-star. No. And then those years went by and ain't nothing happened.
Let me rant against that. That's whoever believed in Frank Ntilikina, shame on y'all.
That was Phil Jackson. He's the one who was dying for him.
It was a straight up Frank Ntilikina quote. It was a quote out there. It was a quote. Y'all was saying he was going to be the next Jimmy Butler. He was going to be this. He was going to be that. And I'm like, yo, he's not none of that. He's never going to be none of that. He doesn't have the heart for that.
Right. Hey, let me just throw something out there real quick. While we was talking about Sand and Pat, right? Toronto is looking to offer OG Anunoby to Portland for the 7 pick while we stand pat. So a team in our division that has won a championship in the past 5 years is looking to trade up ahead of us in the draft to get a player that we won't trade up and get. So Knicks fans are saying, stay pat, stay pat. Meanwhile, Toronto has a team that we would trade for in a heartbeat. Philly has a team that we would trade for in a Boston has a team. Brooklyn, all the other teams in our division are light years ahead of us, and we say, nah, just chill out. Just chill. We'll be good one day.
But the Raptors chilled out, and they got the team that they got though.
No, they didn't. They didn't chill, bro.
They was willing and dealing and get. So how they was able to get OG?
They drafted him.
Did they trade to get that drafted?
No.
Where did they draft him at?
No, but here's the thing. See, the context matters. They were picking right there, but they already had Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan.
Right.
Do the Knicks have Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan?
Didn't DeMar DeRozan get drafted by the Raptors?
Yeah, when they were trash.
But
when they were trash.
But did they trade to get DeMar DeRozan, or they got DeMar DeRozan at the pick they were supposed to get him at?
No, they got him at. Oh, okay. So here's the story. Here's the story. So the Knicks are on the clock at 8, right? The Knicks want a point guard out of Memphis named Tyreke Evans, right? They're like, oh, if Tyreke Evans, we'll settle for Tyreke Evans or Steph Curry, right? Right? Because James Harden goes 2 or 3, right? I think it's Harden goes 3. I think, right? They're like, okay, well, Harden's gone, right? And then Tyreke Evans goes to Sacramento. They didn't even need a point guard at the time, but they took one anyway, which shocked everybody, right? And then there's Minnesota at 5 and 6. And Minnesota takes Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn.
Johnny Flynn, I remember that.
And I'm like, oh my God, point guards are coming up. Too many point guards are coming off the board, right? Because in theory, if Minnesota took 1 point guard and Jordan Hill, that means when the Knicks pick at 8, they could have had their choice of Johnny Flynn or Steph Curry, right? They don't take Jordan Hill. They take 2 point guards back to back, Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn, which in theory was smart because Ricky Rubio was playing across seas. You didn't know if he was coming right away or not, and he didn't. And Johnny Flynn played at Syracuse, and he could come over and play right away, right? It's like what the Knicks did last year with Miles McBride and Rokas Jokibitis. Like one dude came over and played right away. The other dude stayed overseas, right? So now Golden State is on the clock. Golden State needs a power forward, right? And then Golden State selects Steph Curry. The Knicks didn't trade up to get Steph Curry, right? So the Knicks panic. Oh my God, what do we do right here? What do we do? Just go grab somebody. They grab Jordan Hill, right? Guess who is the pick right behind the Knicks at 9?
DeRozan.
DeMar DeRozan.
Come on, guys. Ain't nobody expect for DeMar DeRozan to be hot like that.
Athlete. The Knicks are notorious for thumbing up their nose at elite athletes, bro. The Knicks don't like elite athletes in the backcourt, bro. They just don't like it. They could have either took the super skill player and Steph Curry that went one pick ahead. They could have traded a pick and moved up one spot and got Steph Curry.
I would agree with that.
Right? Or if Steph Curry is off the board, they could have took DeMar DeRozan. They took neither. And we still have these dumb conversations to this day where we legit get on the internet and fight against each other because we feel like the Knicks are going to do the right thing if given opportunity. Don P, I'm telling you, the Knicks are never going to do the right thing in the draft, bro. It's not going to happen. It's just not. So and then you'll counter with, don't you think RJ Barrett was a good pick? Yes, I believe RJ Barrett was a great pick. But would you take right to this day, would you take RJ Barrett or Darius Garland? The all-star point guard from the Cleveland Cavaliers.
You asking me right now? If I had to choose, I would stick with RJ Barrett.
Right. That's what I'm saying, and that's why we are where we are.
But I mean, you said, like, if you asked me right now, back then I would have chose RJ Barrett. You know, Darius Garland had them injuries. One thing, you know, I'll be criticizing RJ Barrett. I do, but one thing I couldn't say about him is he is an Iron Man. He's not really injured like that.
Right.
So,
right now, I feel you. But what I'm getting at is we would rather take a chance on Steady Eddie as opposed to a gamble, and that's why Anthony A was talking to us about playing cards. At some point, you got to take a calculated risk. It can't just all be play it safe. I got these 2 4s. I'm gonna see if I can get another 4 out the deck and have 3 of a kind.
Can we be honest here? How did you feel? And let's keep it all the way real. How did you feel when the Knicks chose Kristaps Porzingis as their draft pick in 2015? Around the pin. How did you feel, Uncle Feezy?
I didn't like the Porzingis pick.
How mad was you from 1 through 10? 10
I thought he was Frederick Weiss.
Oh, you took the words out of my mouth. Freezy.
I thought he was Frederick Weiss. I did. I did. I wanted, and listen, and no, hindsight is going to sound like 2020, right? But I wanted either D'Angelo Russell. I wanted some kind of guard in the backcourt. So I wanted either Russell, Herzonia, Booker, somebody like that is what I wanted. I didn't want Miles Turner either because I don't trust Texas centers, right? I don't trust Texas centers. And I know people are like, but you got Jericho Sims. Exactly. Right? Exactly. Right?
I'm with you, Freezy. I'm with you on that. See, I want to ask the rest of the panel the same question. How did y'all feel?
I wanted KP.
You wanted KP?
I liked him going into the draft. I liked him after the draft. I thought the Knicks hit when they drafted him.
Yeah, he looked good in videos.
I thought that was a hit. I mean,
I liked him. I liked him when he dunked. When I saw him dunk
minus
on Kevin
the
Love.
injury, yeah.
When he dunked on Kevin Love, he turned me into a fan. Sorry about that, bro.
I liked him. I was a fan. Definitely was a fan. I liked him. Minus the injuries, I think he's a good player.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a good NBA player. I'm not knocking his career, right? I'm not knocking his career or him as a person. What I'm saying is at the time when you don't know who, I like the Devin Booker kid out of Kentucky, right? I liked him out of Kentucky. Now, would I have chosen him at 4? No, because I didn't think he was going to be that good. Will you choose him at 4?
I don't think anybody traded back to
8, if the Knicks had traded back to 8, I'd have took Devin Booker, right? Mm-hmm. Right, but you got to look at the things going into that draft. You got to take a home run swing there, and that's what the Knicks did when they got KP. They didn't play it safe. They didn't try to trade up to get Okafor. Right. They didn't try to play it safe and try to trade up to get D'Angelo Russell.
We could have drafted Okafor.
Yeah,
I know. Justice Winslow was on the Knicks' radar heavy.
Yeah,
they were.
And the power. What's the power forward from the dude that played like Phil Jackson? It's a dude in the NBA that plays like Phil Jackson right now. God dog it, I keep forgetting his name. I'll find him because I think he played for the Kings.
So let me ask you this: was that draft? Would you consider that better than this draft that's going on right now?
Yes.
But
that draft, yes.
They had a lot of videos on Porzingis though. His shot, they're showing drilling shots from deep. Remember that, Freezy?
Yep.
Yeah. See, I guess the point that I'm trying to say is this: it's for sure going to be another draft.
Trey Lyles, that's his name. I'm sorry, y'all. Trey Lyles.
Yeah. It's going to be another draft next year that's projected to be better than this draft. All the assets that we have right now, we're going to have in next draft. Why not play what we got now and take a swing next year? What do we have to lose?
Here's the argument though against that. I'm just saying, besides games, we're still looking at what are we looking at? Assets from draft picks for next year, because we still have 4 picks year after next in second round and a first round. So we have the ability to actually take this year's top 4, take Ivy, and still have next year's number 1 plus assets from the following year to get somebody else to move up next year as well and catch another player. It's not like we're throwing we're not going all in. We're going with a portion of our pot, of our holdings right now. We're just saying 2 second rounds of next year, 1 first, Dallas next year, that's not even ours. Skip a year for a first, and then 1, switch the roles today, 11-4, and then give us one of our, assets, one of our young ones, that's going to be filled by Ivy. So we're not cleaning house. We're not clearing house like it would, with Carmelo. We're just making 1 potential switch of a player you may love who's on the team right now. So yes, I got my feelings all up in the players right now too. I love these youth, but there's I could give up one of pick anyone. I'll slap you like Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, but I'm gonna be like, damn. Take Obi away from me. I'm gonna slap you and be like, okay, take him, but I gotta get a slap in. Kristaps Porzingis, I saw Weiss too, man. Frank Ntilikina, he's French. I saw Weiss right away. I'm like, I'm sorry. I grew up in Brooklyn. European players.
Hey y'all, real quick. I gotta wrap this one up because I gotta do a Knicks at Night podcast.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta do a Knicks at Night podcast starting at 11. Right. So I'm gonna wrap up here, and then I'm gonna jump back on at around 11 o'clock. You guys are, of course, the door is always open for you guys to come back in. What it is what I'm saying, what I want to do is keep the videos to a certain length. That way, when people see it as they browse, they'll be like, man, I ain't watching no 7-hour video. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, but hey, so I'm gonna wrap up right here, man. Thank you everybody for coming through. I'm gonna try to get on at 11-ish. And so, y'all know what I got a new puppy. So when I say 11, it might be 11 on the dot, depending on how the puppy acting. It might be 11:20. But I'm gonna try to get it, jump back on and so we can continue the conversations just like this one and maybe talk about some other stuff.
Freezy, you'll be on with Vibes and stuff in the morning.
Vibes and stuff in the morning.
I'll be there.
Oh, you know what? I may not, because I have a doctor's appointment, so it may be Chuck, and I may be just in like virtually, like I may just be in behind the scenes. So, but we'll see how things go.
All right, cool.
All right, so I'll see y'all. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right, fellas.
All right, y'all.
All right, take it easy, y'all.